Awesome. Hey, everyone. Welcome to us. You'd think after like 17 sessions I'd have my shit together by now.
One day.
One day. Hi, and welcome to the Radiant Shadows campaign, sponsored by Meeples and Dragons, the world's greatest online store where you can buy absolutely everything that's on their store.
There you go.
Yeah. Cool. And glasses. Oh, look, I've diversified this time. I've gone away from the Stein to one of the beautiful Stenel Swan glasses.
Ooh.
I know. Filled with a very classy V.
Fancy.
For those of you who maybe have lurking for the first time, I don't know. We're a bunch of Australians and one Kiwi, which is me. And we're playing it's a 5th edition actual play stream. I'm really absolutely nailing
You're on fire tonight.
Oh my god, it's like firing on all cylinders.
Smoother than something so smooth. So I'm going to throw it over and introduce the rest of the cast because I can to save myself. Go Promethean.
Oh wow, okay. Hi, I'm Promethean. There's 0 in it. Because I'm a pro gamer on the internet on twitch.tv. That's entirely untrue. You will find me doing all of the things over the course of the next week. I am here. I will be on the OzQuest channel. I will be on the Fates group channel. I will be on Winter's Tales on Tuesday. So lots of D&D in my life right now, and I'm loving it. But tonight, we're back, and I'm very excited. Delgrim's excited.
Awesome. And on the subject of Delgrim, John.
Hello, I'm John from Meeples and Dragons. I'll be playing Tiernan, the Shardfolk Artificer tonight, and hopefully we won't die. But I'll also be appearing in a stream game on the DDA Australia. That's on Twitch, isn't it, Saz? Tomorrow at about 1 p.m. So nice little one-shot, some more D&D. Always keen.
Outstanding. And then I'm going to go to the very bottom of my Zoom screen. Cass.
Sorry, I'm concentrating on my dinner that's in front of me. Hi, I'm Cass. I play Miera, the halfling sorcerer. And yeah, I'm interested to see what will happen tonight. It's been a while, so it's nice to be back and continue on with the story.
Well, it has been a while.
Yes.
It has been a while. Mr. Heath.
G'day everyone, my name's Heath. I'm the Antipodean D20. And if your hurts need healing or your coffee needs caffeinating, then I'm your grey gnome.
Outstanding. And last, but by no means least, Kate.
Hello, I come to you from the past because it is early here. Hi, I am Kate O'Sullivan, Kate on all the things. I apparently do too much creation of content for my own good. Everything from Shakespeare-y theatrical things right the way through to existing on channels like this and podcasts like Dungeons and Doctorates, where I play big old nerd just like myself. I'm just glad we're back. I enjoyed world building 2 weeks ago, Ham, but campaign though.
Oh, I know. I mean, it's like we left things kind of in a bit of a spot last time, so this is it's going to be good. It's going to be good.
Sorry, go.
I was just going to say, lurking in the background is Saz, the other half of the Meeples and Dragons.
Better half.
She does all of our awesome production. She makes sure that all the things work and that all the technical stuff goes ping. Without Saz, I'd be sitting in front of one monitor that's probably not even plugged in, talking to myself. So thank you, Saz, for everything that you do in the background. You're great and you're wonderful. And we love and appreciate you.
Shout out to Saz. Woo!
Woo! And one day we're going to drag her in front of the screen, I think. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. Are there announcements? Is there anything that we need to throw out into the world?
I think we're just all keen to jump in game, aren't we?
I mean, I'll say this because otherwise I'll get in trouble for not. My Fringe show went on sale this week, so if people want to come to see my show in Melbourne around PAX time and you're going over for PAX, go over onto my Twitter. There's a whole bunch of information coming out in the next 24 to 48 hours.
And you definitely do want to go see Kate's show at PAX time. Like you want to do that.
Please come so that I can justify having spent money on all the things.
That's awesome. The reviews. I mean, we've seen the reviews from the first round.
Yeah, they're sitting. The reviews that
It's
you guys sent me
literally-
are sitting literally back there right now. I can't
That's
reach
great.
it because of my green screen. But yes. Hi NVC. Yes, you have seen my show.
Okay, I think that's probably everything. I can't think of anything else to talk about. So, let's jump into things. Summary time, because it has been a while and a fair bit did happen last time. So, with that, and all that sort of stuff. With a confused Rowan blinking back into existence, the party took a moment to question their returning friend as they stood in the Worm Shadow Theatre. Delgrim, in particular, seemed interested in the halfling, especially with the revelation that Thea had told the group that she was, in fact, dead. Questions were asked, some answered, some not, before the group, still uncertain of what to make of the entire situation, made their way backstage in preparation for the big show to be put on by the Mystic Delirium that evening. It was not long before the theatre began to fill up with the nobility and wealthy of Harrow, finding their seats as the performers made their final preparations. Aloysius advised our heroes to stay in the wings where they could watch the show, but be out of the way for the most part. As the crowd finally settled in, Thaztag Malagarth, the ruler of Harrow, thanked Hector Beckforth and his wife, Aquilonia, the son and his wife of Duke Beckforth, ruler of all of Alamar, for their presence this evening. Polite applause were made, and then the performance began. Introduced as the Solara and the Great Contravention, the play told a love story between the Eladrin Toriel and the Great Solara, Taralisa, against the backdrop of the Great Contravention, or as it was known in the north, the Arcanaclysm. The performances were impeccable, the staging magnificent as the troupe of the Mystic Delirium demonstrated their art. As the play progressed, however, our heroes noticed more and more of the troupe leaving towards the back of the theatre. Miera pulled her friend Bex aside as she made to leave, but Bex assured them that everything was okay. As the play finally drew to a close and the curtains fell, Aloysius took the stage, and as he conjured forth a small sun in his uplifted hands, uttered the words, and to this day, some say if you watch the first rays of light that spring forth at dawn, you can see the face of those you love most. The sun floated up to where the Beckforth sat, high in their booth, as the crowd watched in awe. The fireball erupted, consuming the couple and setting the theatre aflame. Chaos erupted as the terrified crowd began to fight for the exits, only to find that towards the main door, the Beckforth's personal guards were engaged in combat as well. Caught up in the panic, our heroes split, with Delgrim running into the surging throng of people intent on saving the Altons. Tiernan, taking a moment to assess the situation, followed the plucky Duragar. Meanwhile, Miera raced for the backstage and towards the bags that Aloysius had said had been left for them, and hopefully also her friend Bex. Rowan took after her, leaving Grumpfel once again to ponder which of his friends to follow. Turning, he raced after the halflings. Delgrim fought through the crowds, using his strength to push through the surging populace. As he got to the Altons, he discovered Taris, the daughter, dagger out, ensuring that none could get too close to them. Urging them to follow, the ranger then called forth a calming magic, creating an island of peace in the panic, and easily enabling himself, the Altons, as well as Tiernan, to get through the crowd and head towards the back exit. Miera arrived at the back room to find the bags, as Aloysius had promised. A debate quickly raged, however, about what to do with the money, as Grumpfel expressed concern around taking it, and that could further implicate them in the events of the evening. Miera quickly took a handful of coins from the first bag, but grabbed the second, which had a small collection of strange items inside, as well as an odd staff that was leaning against the wall. With that, they fled out the back, only to discover that the wagons that they had arrived in, and the members of the Mystic Delirium, had gone. The two halflings and the older gnome raced across the road from the theatre and quickly hid amongst some bushes, waiting for their other friends to appear. As they watched, more and more patrons crashed out the back of the theatre, and further down the road, a group of gnome guards, members of the Earthbreakers Brigade, made their way down the street. It was then that Delgrim and Tiernan arrived, along with the Altons. Quickly spotted by the gnomes, Delgrim tried to seek aid from the Altons, who insisted that their best option was, for now, to run. With some reluctance, the two adventurers took off, with the gnomes in hot pursuit. The other three watched on and began their own debate as to what to do next. Miera, sure that Aloysius must have had some reason for what happened this evening, and believing his words that it was the nobility of Harrow that was at fault, wanted to leave and head for the Dulcimer's tail. But then all three realised that getting out of the single gate of the quarter would be problematic. It was finally agreed upon that Grumpfel and Miera would approach the Altons for assistance, getting out of the Dragon's Heart. Tiernan and Delgrim raced through the streets of the Heart, outpacing the gnome pursuers before finally attempting to vault over a wall of one of the large mansions. Delgrim once again conjured forth his magic to assist the generally unathletic Tiernan over the tall wall, and as they clambered down the other side, suddenly found themselves in the shadow of a massive dragon. With the group split, the theatre in flames, and the mystic delirium gone, what will our group do next? Will they find each other? Will they be able to get out of the Dragon's Heart? And after that, what lies before them? And what choices will they have to make? So we're going to start off tonight with our plucky little halflings and elderly gnome. The three of you can still see the Altons making their way down the road. Taris, tall, helping her elderly mother walk down the street as a number of other patrons from the theatre sort of start surging and running past them. What are you guys going to do?
I'm staying out of sight as much as possible because no one knows I'm here. So, yeah.
We recapped that Miera and Grumpfel wanted to go over, and
that's where you guys had got up.
Rowan didn't want to.
No.
I think it was
Rowan and Grumpfel wanted to go and speak to the Altons.
Yeah.
Miera
That's
doesn't
right.
want to
Yeah,
speak
I
to them.
remember there was one of these things. It's not like the other. Someone didn't want to.
Miera didn't want to because she didn't like them very much, was the general energy that Rowan got because she has no context otherwise.
Miera's been radicalized.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
She wasn't already?
Take down the patriarchy.
This is not the best situation to be in. I think trying to get out of this area, I think the Altons may be able to help us get out of the Dragon's Heart. Miera, I know you don't want to, but I think that's probably one of our best options. If you know of any others, feel free to speak up. But slow at their pace they may be, they will soon disappear from our sight.
We can ask them, but I doubt they'll help. I don't have a good feeling about these rich families in this town. They all seem a little, I don't know. I'll follow if you want to ask for help, and I'll be there to back you up.
On my travels, I can't recall ever being in the Dragon Heart if I had visited Harrow before, so I'm not at the forefront of knowing what other options to get out of the Dragon's Heart. Have you, either of you two, been to Harrow before enough recently that you may have insight as to how we can get out of here before perhaps our only option disappears?
I think it's a better idea if we go and talk to them because most of the people in this part of town don't associate with anyone else in town. I've been to Harrow before with Dad, but it's not to here. So if we want to get out, we might need some help. And it sounds like from everything that I've heard, you both got some friends going with them. So
We did speak to them before the event this evening, and I think Miera, you did make a good impression with them.
and
So
weren't the other two helping them to get out of the theater just now? So if you're already friends, then like
I
that
think
might
maybe
be an in, right?
yes. I think we should let's sort of not tarry. Let's get over there and make good on that rapport before they disappear.
As you guys watch, there's still people pouring out the back of the theatre. You can see some of them are covered in blood. You can see at the occasional case of people pushing and shunting each other out of the way to just get out onto the open road and away from the theatre, which even from where you are now, you can see smoke starting to billow up from one side of it. You also hear the sound of what would be approaching carriages, and glancing down sort of the opposite direction, you can see coming around a bend, two carriages, breakneck speed, very elaborate, very nice looking carriages, which cut through the crowds, people literally having to sort of dive out of the way as they cut through the crowd, trying to get away from the general chaos and pandemonium. And it's quite a sight seeing these people diving out of the way, because again, these people are all dressed to the absolute nines, fabulous gowns, elaborate cloaks and tunics dripping with wealth, throwing themselves onto the cobbled roads to avoid harm. It is a sign of chaos. And you can see the Altons getting further away, getting harder to see sort of through the crowd a bit at this stage.
So we'll just beeline it towards Altons.
Okay. Now, Rowan, you're staying put, aren't you?
I'm gonna try and like stay out of immediate eye line, but like, yeah, I'm not
follow at a
staying
distance.
follow at a distance, but like not trying to go close to the build, like where people are pouring out either. If that makes sense.
Okay.
Like,
so from where you are, you're basically along so like the fence line of sort of the first row of these large, expensive houses. There's quite a bit of elaborate bushes, trees. It wouldn't be hard to sort of stay out of sight for the most part. I will get you to make a stealth check.
Yep.
But you also notice that most of the people who are coming out are just sticking to the roads. No one else is paying much attention to try and like hide. Everyone's just trying to get away.
yeah. Stealth, you say?
Hmm.
What does that say? Oh my god, tiny writing. That is a 17 plus 3. So,
Okay.
So maths 20.
Yeah, look, you skate along. You're finding plenty of places to be able to sort of tuck yourself away, and you're confident in your
She's
ability
little.
to.
She's hiding.
Oh,
She's fine.
absolutely. Miera and Grumpfel, you make your way out into the crowd, and head towards where the Altons are. It's not too hard to catch up with them. You've got to kind of dodge out of the way of a few people every now and then. Another carriage comes rumbling past, but you can see that they're having to go comparatively slow, remembering that Lady Daria Alton, was quite an elderly hobgoblin, and whilst she seemed to sort of move comparatively okay whilst she was inside, you can see now that she's older, she's a little bit more infirm. But her daughter, Taris, who you note, she's very tall, like she's about 6'1". She's a very tall woman, is close to kind of half carrying her as she walks, in an attempt to kind of keep the pace up. But it doesn't take you too much time to be able to catch up with them. They don't even see you coming. They're very focused on where they're going.
Excuse me, ladies Alton.
Taris's head whips around, and you can see one arm around her elderly mother. The other you can see a dagger flashes up. Very, very fine looking dagger. It's got a large jewel in the end, and on the end of the hilt. And you can see the blade, even in the dark, is covered in blood. There are lamps along the road to provide illumination, which again throws a bit of chaos with all of the shadows from the people and everything. But yes, the blade is slick with blood. Her head spins around and sees you, Miera, and then registers you too, Grumpfel. And she keeps moving, and she's like, "What do you two want?"
Well, I hope you're not pointing that at us. We had a conversation earlier. As you know, we come to represent Greenfield. We're asking if you could assist us getting out of the gates so that we can make our way back to Greenfield.
But this isn't. Let's roll some dice, because rolling dice is fun. Make a persuasion check for us, Miera.
It's 19 plus 5.
Oh God,
Nice.
you guys are off to a raging start. This is. It's a good thing that you
halflings.
getting all the good rolls out of the way before Tiernan and Delgrim.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
We're great. We're awesome. She glances down at you two. She says, "You were with that Duragar and that shard folk as well, weren't you?"
Yes.
Yes.
Look, you can see Tara sort of starts moving off, almost towards the side of the road where you're sort of going along, as if maybe heading for a bit more cover. And she's like, "Look, we cannot afford to be seen with you. We get seen with you. If we get associated with you, we will get in just as much trouble. I don't know what your involvement is with this, but
we have had no involvement, so you being associated with us is not a problem. We
You-
came to represent Greenfield.
you
everyone else.
two and your other friends all arrived here with the rest of those performers. And I'm telling you now, as
We
far
came
as
in
far
at
as
the
the
same time
Malagarths,
as them, yes.
Miera?
as far as the Malagarths are concerned, they won't care whether or not you were involved or not. You all arrived together. You were all going to be in just as much trouble. We might help, but for the love of God, just go and follow us from a distance or something. We'll see what we can do, but God, just don't get too close to us, please."
As you wish. Thank
Here,
you.
I'll just be kind of like eye twitching at them.
Fuck you guys. Yeah. Okay. So as soon as Tara says that, you can see that Lady Daria is puffing quite heavily. Even from this small sort of piece of exercise, she seems to be sort of out of breath. As Taras continues to sort of
Before they run,
Yep.
just a quick note, and again, you'll have to sort of try and help me with this one.
Yeah, for sure.
Would something like Lesser Restoration, if given permission to cast it on Lady Alton, would that help her in her mobility? It says like paralyzed as a condition, but that's more of a combat condition rather than a narrative.
Yeah,
would that aid?
Probably not.
No.
It's a nice thought.
We're just throwing an idea out.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I'm 100% behind the concept. I think it's for more probably sort of severe conditions rather than someone who's just old and infirm and not used
that's
to
right.
trying
Cool.
to move or me.
Cool. Yeah, no,
essentially.
Sacred Flame instead then. No, just kidding.
So dramatic right then. So with that, Tara starts to go forward faster. And you guys hear the sound of another carriage coming at this stage. What are you guys doing?
I think we'll hug the shadows a lot more.
But still following where the Altons are going?
Yeah, follow at a distance, hugging the shadows a lot more.
Around the corner, you sort of glance back and you can see another one of these carriages coming. This one is still very nice, but it's quite a bit smaller. And you see it actually pulls up beside the Altons, and you can see sitting on the front of it, there are two young men, both armed. And you would recollect they look very, very similar, or at least dressed very similar to the personal guard that the Altons had when you first saw them back in the theatre. Hard to hear what's being said, but you can hear like a very small exchange, and one of them jumps down and quickly opens the carriage door, and you can see Terrace, despite the fact that she is, she's tall and comparatively slender, also basically kind of lifts her mother into the carriage. She then climbs in beside, but you see she turns around and catches your eye, Miera. And just sort of looks at you for a moment. Can you make an insight check for me?
We're either getting the visual cue of jump on the back, hurry up behind us, or jog on, you're on your own.
Yeah.
13.
Sucks to be you.
While that's happening, can I just make sure I've got Grumpfel's attention so that I'm like that you know where I am and vice versa, but the general public do not. Yeah.
Yep. Miera, what was your insight check?
So 13.
13. She's very, very hard to read. And she sort of stares at you for a moment. And the door closes. And the carriage starts to move away again, a little bit slower than like when it got here, it was breakneck speed. Now it seems to be pulling away a little bit slower.
I'm gonna turn and say maybe we should try and jump on the carriage. She was kind of looking at us.
Yeah, what does the back of it look like?
Excuse me. I'm trying
Or
Bars
underneath.
that we can hold on to.
So the back of it has got, there would be a large sort of like trunk on the back for storing stuff in. But the overall carriage itself is very elaborate. Lots of wrought iron swirls and designs. It's not as garish as a lot of the other things that you've seen here in the Dragon's Heart, where a lot of the other architecture and designs that other people have had, which depict sort of elements of depravity and debauchery and violence. This is more elegant in its design. There's probably places where like you could try and jump on and grab it if you wanted to. And it's raised slightly up off the ground, very large spoked wheels. So, if someone wanted to try and, Indiana Jones underneath it.
Does the crate at the back look big enough to hold all three of us?
Worry about two of you. Because Rowan's already indicated something, but you don't know what it means. So that was in the last session.
I just got this image of we're trying to impersonate a guard on the back, and the two halflings are on ground, and we're three kobolds in a trench coat, sort of thing.
Look, three short folk in a trench coat.
So you could definitely get probably two of you into the sort of the large trunk in the back. It would be pretty obvious to the people around. You guys jumping in there, but in saying that as well, a lot of people don't actually seem to be paying a lot of attention. Everyone seems to be very much focused on how do I look after me or the people with me. All for one and screw everyone else kind of mindset.
Well, in that case, Miera will grab hold of Grumpfel and will stealthily run towards the carriage.
Grumpfel will look back for where Rowan is and give I think we're going this way.
Rowan's going to run up to you, grab you by the hand, put a ring in your hand, say, hold this, and disappear.
Yep. Okay. It's not a shock because we've seen something similar to this.
Yeah.
Well,
Raytheon caught it. Hold this and disappear.
So now, Grumpfel, you are just...
This makes me disappear? Oh, there was a comma in there.
No,
Right, sorry.
she's
Yeah.
gone. You have a ring in your hand. That is it.
I
That's the
know.
whole thing. That's the whole thing.
Okay, so with that, Grumpfel, you're now holding the same ring that you've originally found in Rowan, or someone found in
originally
Rowan's bed the first time she vanished. What are you guys doing? You're running after the carriage now, is that right?
Yeah,
Okay.
well, Miera's looked at her head.
I'm going in that crate.
Okay, so you guys take off after the carriage. You are both short, and unfortunately, you are both also cursed with short legs. So I would like both of you to please make athletics checks to see how well you do at actually catching up with this carriage. It's still going pretty slow, but there's also people in the way that you've got to kind of dodge.
So did you say acrobatics?
No. I do believe I said athletics.
No.
Here we go. All right. Do I roll physical? Do I D&D beyond it?
Oh, physical all the way.
Oh, all right.
Never
Got a
trust the digital
12.
dice.
That's-
A 12?
13 minus 1.
Where's the dice of the thing?
Miera's not built for the athletics. She's a bit of a Tiernan in that respect.
We all have our
All right,
faults.
here we go.
Just out of
Good
interest,
shot again.
Grumpfel, what do you do with it?
With the ring, being a
Yeah.
sort of a trader with a slightly roguish sort of thing, he would have like a secret pocket on his belt or something like that, and it would go straight into that. There would be in that 3 seconds or 2.75, there would be a do not let this go anywhere sort of vibe. So Grumpfel, having been a trader and been at the receiving end of perhaps some skullduggery, would go, I need to make sure this does not leave my sight. So it would go into like a secret pocket in his belt or something like that.
I just feel like that might be an important detail in case Ham decides to do something GM-like to me later.
All right, that was a 14.
Okay. 14. Okay. You guys are fine. You both catch up, jump up onto the back of the carriage, and you're able to just open this large sort of steamer trunk and quickly clamber inside. And as the lid falls down, closed on top of the two of you, you find yourselves in a small, dark space as you bounce along in a comparatively uncomfortable now situation. And you can feel the pace of this carriage now picking up.
No light, nothing coming in.
No, there would be a tiny bit of light. Well, actually, no, because it's dark, it's nighttime, and due to the lighting and
that's
stuff,
true.
there is a small keyhole.
Yep.
So you could peer through that.
What about lifting the top just a little
Yeah,
bit? To
I mean,
look
if you
out?
wanted to, you could lift the top a tiny bit to look out.
Yeah,
Yep.
I just want to eyeball landmarks.
For sure. So you peek out as the carriage now gains speed and heads off down the road.
Yes. I don't want to be listening out for a cocktail party for those of you
Yeah.
who are fans of the movie Sneakers.
Tiernan and Delgrim. Sorry, I'm just finishing the.
Mm,
That's a very long dramatic pause here.
please do.
Focused so much on what was going on outside of the fence and trying to clamber up onto second floors and potentially that sort of thing. In the darkness of this courtyard that you've fallen into, you failed to recognize or failed to see this large shape to one side, which, as you both hit the ground, and it's actually quite a nice little manicured lawn on the other side. This shape, its wings outspread, just looms up over you. And as you sort of glance, you can see what appears to be a very large serpentine head, quite similar in many respects to a number of the carvings and depictions you've seen throughout the Dragon's Heart. Just looming down at you. Can I get both of you to make
Stare check.
Sorry?
A scared check.
Make a roll for initiative. No, just make a perception check.
Okay.
Can someone clip that, please? That was awesome.
Prometheus.
Well,
I just want to hear what Tiernan's. Oh no, that's so sad.
12.
Yeah, nat 20.
Nat 20. Okay. Tiernan, it takes you a little bit longer because the night is not your usual sort of mode of apparatus or mode of operating or whatever the saying is. Delgrim, you're used to the darkness, and you do realize as you stare at this, the craftsmanship of this wrought iron statue that is now looming above you is meticulous. You can understand how anybody at a glance could potentially mistake it for something potentially alive. Like, this is an absolute thing of art, especially also considering the size.
Do I mistake it as being alive?
For the briefest of moments, you're probably not entirely sure, but you suddenly rise in the darkness. This is not an alive creature. Could be undead, could be animated, who knows. But anyway.
Constitution check.
Well, I'd visibly recoil. I'd say jump back, but there's a wall behind me.
And as you sort of look around the space that you're in, you can see this is a very, very large courtyard. And there's a couple of other, you can see sort of on the opposite side, almost mirroring this large wrought iron dragon, is another one. And you can see a couple of other similar sort of statues and these of similar make decorating this particular courtyard.
Can you refresh my memory? Have we already listened for the patrol to run past?
You hadn't. This was just your attempt to get out of view. So,
well, Tiernan will be trying to focus his attention audibly. Now that he realizes it's not a real dragon, but to try to hear the patrol when they run past.
Okay.
Delgrim never stopped because as if it's a real dragon.
Can I get both of you to make perception checks then, please?
Dirty 20.
8.
Okay.
Ooh.
Tiernan, you can hear the sound of a number of people moving down the streets. Well, actually, no, hold on. Let me rephrase that because you guys ran off. Actually, what you would hear first would be the rumbling of carriages, which you hadn't heard before, which seemed to be barreling down the street. Delgrim, you can pick out amongst that noise what sounds like the voices of the gnomes, or at least one or two of the gnomes who was chasing you. Hard to pick out exactly what they're saying. The carriages rattling across the cobbled roads is making quite the racket. But it does sound like basically people, someone questioning type phrases, the sort of things that people probably asking when they're trying to search for something.
They have not found us yet, I think, Tiernan. We stay here for a short time. Perhaps they'll leave.
Okay, we'll wait. How big is this garden?
It's huge. It's massive. Like this is it would be a probably close to 3-story mansion that you've found yourselves sort of in the gardens of. So the garden area itself is enormous.
Is there a road on all sides of the?
You don't know. You came down sort of a side road, so and jumped over the fence. So you're not sure if there's a road across the back. There's definitely one at the front. There's definitely one down the side because that's the one you jumped down. And you turned off the one across the front, if that makes sense. So you were running down the road that was in front of the mansion, up the side road beside the mansion, and then jumped over the fence.
Okay. So, and the courtyard's obviously at the back of the house.
You're still at the front.
Oh, okay.
You're still, but the courtyard's like the entire front, like this huge front space. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Then there's no point trying to cross the courtyard to the other side because all you do is just get onto the other side of the estate. Yeah. Okay. Stay put. Follow Delgrim's direction in this. He seems to be the more skilled.
More skilled criminal.
Well, skilled at survival is not crime to stay alive.
No, and Tiernan's very conscious of wanting to survive, and he knows that some of his skills are quite lacking in that department.
Can you guys please make stealth checks for me as you huddle in the shadows, trying to remain unseen?
13.
17.
What was yours, Tina?
13.
13. Okay, cool. How long are you planning on staying where you are?
Just for Delgrim, long enough that he's confident that those voices kind of looking for them have moved to somewhere else.
Okay.
Giving them a bit of freedom of movement.
Yep. Cool. Okay. You probably wait. It's probably like 5 or 6 minutes. Because you've heard the voices, it's easy to kind of concentrate on them. Although as time passes, there is more and more noise out the front. It just sounds like more and more people coming down the road. You can hear, and Tiernan, you would be able to as well, just the general kind of murmurs of what would be the audience and the like. You know, the members of the theatre, or sorry, not the members, the audience from the theatre. More and more sound of carriages. As the sound sort of gradually grows, you know, you guys had a bit of a head start on everybody else in some respects because you were running. But after probably 5 or 6 minutes, it's still fairly sort of consistent. Delgrim, you can't hear the gnomes, but it is maybe a little bit hard to pick it out from all the other general noise.
Do we want to...
What do you think, Tiernan? Do we double back around and try and catch back up with the Altons? Do we try and sneak out of this fancy place?
Well, the Altons told us to run. So I think we need to get out of here. As in this entire district. The question is, how do we get out of here?
And what of our friends?
Well, they didn't have the guards chasing after them, did they?
Well, God's no longer chasing after us. We should look for our friends, yes?
Okay, and wouldn't they have gone to leave the district too?
Is unsure. I feel Miera may have tried to find her other friends, perhaps.
Well, that's a bit crazy. If she, what do you think she would have gone back to the Dulcimer's Tale?
It's hard to know.
That's like going back to the scene of the crime. Once the group, the Mysterious Delirium, I think they're called. They're a known group, and they'll know where they were staying.
Oh, they are long gone, absolutely. But I'm talking about Miera. She does not necessarily seem so bright.
Oh, okay. Well, should we get to the Dulcimer's Tale then to extricate her as quickly as possible?
I think I would like to do maybe one loop around this place to see if we can spot our friends, just in case they are trapped, they are hiding, they are captured. I think if we are very careful and sneaky now, we are no longer being chased, that we can stay out of sight and maybe find our friends.
All right. Well, I'll follow your direction here, but I do think we need to leave this the Dragon Heart as soon as we can, because I have a feeling we stand out like a sore thumb.
Is very true. Perhaps we can find a disguise of some kind to blend in.
Good idea. Don't know where though.
There is a large house right there. Surely we can find some clothes in a large mansion.
Do you want to break in?
If that is what you are suggesting, it's Not
Oh,
a bad idea.
I'm not suggesting it. I haven't broken into a place before.
It's easy. Find a rock, throw it window.
Wait a
First
minute.
time for everything.
That didn't go so well in Greenfields. Delgrim.
Terrible flashbacks.
That was not to break in. That was to get old woman's attention. This is opposite of what we want. If you're concerned, we can not break in. We can sneak around in shadows instead. And if we are found, we will no doubt be imprisoned, possibly killed.
Okay, we'll break into the house. And
Okay,
Tiernan will-
great. You go in and do that. I will keep watch here at the gate.
Tiernan just looks at him and starts to try to stealthily make his way across the yard to the front door or window.
Okay, here we go, boys and girls. Tiernan, can you please make a stealth check for me?
Winner,
Oh,
winner,
God.
in jail, there's no chicken dinner.
Oh,
There's nothing
God.
says welcome to my home than a giant dragon statue in the
Yeah.
garden.
15.
Yes.
Come on
Dude.
in.
Giant dragon statue.
Moral compass.
Outstanding. Okay.
Oh dear.
All right, Tiernan, you creep across the courtyard. As I said before, most of it is nicely manicured grass. There are a few of these big statues. You can see that there is a long path that leads from the front gate, which is currently closed, up to these very, very large, ominous-looking oaken front doors, which are bound with iron. There's two faces on either side of the door, which act as which have got large sort of door knockers on them. Both of the faces have been wrought from iron and expressions of pain and agony.
Tiernan's getting second
They're
thoughts.
they definitely welcome strangers at all hours of the day.
Avon
Just-
calling.
Just a question. How tall is Delgrim? And specifically, how tall is Delgrim in relationship with most of the people I've seen in the Dragon's Hut?
So how tall is Delgrim? He's about 4 foot.
4'2".
Or
Yeah,
two.
so
Or
4'2".
two?
Are there
There's-
any Durga nobles?
Yeah, look, you haven't seen a lot of dwarves here. Let me just have a quick check.
Tiernan assumes that this
My
is
memory
a...
ham of our conversation of Harrow is that there aren't many in this particular district.
Yeah, look, a lot of the wealthy, you can't even think of seeing any of the people who were at the theatre, for example, who were dwarves.
Okay, so Tiernan assumes that this place is clearly nobility or very well off,
Mhm.
and that there would be... And a thought occurs to him. No disguise he can foresee from this place would even fit Delgrim. It's like he's trying to second guess the decision
Mhm.
and trying to think his way and talk himself out of it. So he is going to turn around and no, what he's going to do is he's going to go up to the door and mime trying to pick it, and then come back.
Now, Delgrim,
He doesn't want to do this. He doesn't want to do it.
Delgrim, you're watching, aren't you?
Delgrim will be kind of flitting back and forth, like legitimately keeping lookout as well. But yeah, just sort of throwing glances back.
Okay, cool, awesome. So Tiernan, you make a performance check for me, Tiernan.
Oh dear.
I've got this sudden image in my head that they're trying to bluff the butler.
Or-
And he goes, if this is Scottish Lord, then I am Mickey Mouse.
Or Tiernan, if you can give me another skill that you think would be appropriate in regards to miming how to pick a lock, I'm also very open to that as well.
Well, first off, he is proficient with lock picking, and
Perfect.
also has the tools as well.
Okay, so make a lock picking roll for me.
Can I do the performance? Because that was a 19.
If you use the same roll, either or. That's great. That's perfect.
Proficient in lockpicking, but not proficient in miming to lockpick.
glance around, get down, get the tools out, and start doing all the stuff that you know would normally pick the lock, but just not picking the lock. Delgrim, you're glancing backwards and forwards, and you can see Tiernan furiously working away at the door before sort of... Tiernan, you're also quite exposed at that front door as well, just as a note, before finally sort of stopping. And then what do you do, Tiernan?
I will put my tools away and sneak back.
Okay, all right.
And when I
How did it go?
that thing is very hard. I almost broke a lockpick trying to that thing. But a thought occurs. You're very short. The nobility are very, very tall. Anything we find, any clothes, won't fit you, Delgrim. The disguise will be terrible.
For
You're
me,
wasting our time.
For me, but I can just be bodyguard for you if clothes fit you.
But aren't you the one who stands out more? You're talking to a person blue-skinned, sharp folk.
Yeah, sure. Did you open the lock or?
No, I couldn't unlock it.
Oh, I see. Well, we better keep moving then.
There are a large number of windows.
Did you try any of the windows? Any rocks around? Actually, no, maybe not breaking windows is very loud.
Yeah,
Noisy.
that's
We're trying
loud.
to be
That's too
sneaky.
loud.
Did you want me to try and help with opening door or window? If there are windows with latches.
You really want us to? You really want to break into this place?
I don't mind either way. I just thought it a good idea to blend into town. If you are in finery, maybe we not be chased by angry gnomes.
I thought we were already in finery.
You'd actually gone and got the rest of your gear, remember?
Yeah.
Oh, so we stand out like sore thumbs.
Yeah, which is why when the gnomes saw you, I mean, like, you guys, unfortunately, there is nothing, you are chickens amongst the peacocks.
Did we keep our own
mildly
finery?
I don't know, did you?
Well, wouldn't exactly have thrown it away, I would have thought.
Well, I mean, they like, the delirium, like, had, trunks and stuff like that, so you would have had places to stick it.
Ah, okay. Tiernan's like having a bit of a moral dilemma. Okay, I'll try again.
Okay. Make another stealth roll to sneak back across, Tiernan.
Typical Tiernan. 23.
23, okay. You are a shadow in the night. As you get once again to the front doors.
Yes.
Are you going to try and pick the lock?
I will actually try this, yes.
Uh-huh.
Now, I am proficient with them.
Cool.
Now, I'm assuming I just roll my proficiency, don't I?
Yes, your proficiency plus the appropriate modifier. So you could add your intelligence to it, because I'm super generous.
Okay.
It could be dex or intelligence, as far as I'm concerned. One would be the ability to be particularly dexterous while doing it. The other one is just the brain capacity.
Plus
Are
2,
you smart enough?
25.
What was that, Kate?
Are you smart enough?
Yeah.
Well, clearly he's not, because he's gone back and forth the time.
Okay.
I rolled
All right.
25.
You get the lockpick out, and this time with intent. Fiddle around, click. And you hear the lock go click.
I wave at Delgrim to come over.
Delgrim will scuffle on over.
Okay. Delgrim, make a stealth check as well to see whether or not you are also a shadow in the night.
Now
You
one.
didn't.
Nat one.
Oh.
You didn't. You fucking didn't.
You get about halfway over and trying to use the shadows of one of the statues, these wrought iron statues, like a strap or something on your backpack or your armor catches on it. And it's like one of the larger sort of, like, it's a long, fairly sort of thin prong or something sticking out like a tip of a tail or something. And as your pack catches it, it bends it just enough so that when it pulls back, It just makes that very loud zoom noise. For anybody who was in the courtyard who could hear it. Of which it looks like there is nobody else apart from Tiernan who absolutely hears the noise.
Tiernan just looks at you agape, gone.
And Delgrim is also agape, just kind of frozen on the back of that noise, waiting for something to come jumping out.
A Durgar in the headlights.
Yeah, more or less. And then if nothing is forthcoming, we'll trot on his merry way.
Okay, cool. All right, you get over to the door of which Tiernan is still crouched beside.
Good job, Tiernan. Well done. Now we must search for some kind of garb to put you in so you can pretend to be noble of this place.
I will open the door.
The door's locked.
Yep, that sounds about right. I locked the door.
What do you mean you locked the door? What?
It was horrible.
Oh, and you...
Pull out the lockpicks again.
Would you like to try again? This is...
Because you've already unlocked it, you've got to locked it, I should say. You've got to feel. Takes a little bit more tinkering. Flip. And pull down on the handle, and this time, door swings open into comparatively dark, long entry hallway.
Let's quickly just find.
Yeah, if you own a large house with many rooms, where would you put clothing?
Is it 2-story or 1?
3.
3. Ooh. I think normally they'd have the bedrooms on the. I'm assuming first floors are usually for entertaining. Second floor is usually for residential domicile, and depending on how big the third floor is usually where the servants are in the attic. And Tina just rattles this off matter-of-factly.
Bleeds a bit of blue as well. It's all good. Okay. So what are you guys... So, yeah, what's the plan, guys?
Second floor, I guess.
Okay, let us try second floor. And,
okay.
And I feel we should stick together. I don't know if splitting up is such a good idea.
Oh, no. A thought occurs, and I'm just going to lock the door.
Okay, all right. You lock the door. The two of you turn, and you can see this entry hallway goes not too far and opens out into sort of a larger foyer, and you can see stairs on either side that go up to the second floor. And so the two of you start creeping that way. You can see now that you're inside, as you make your way into sort of the main large foyer, that through some of the further doors, sort of bleeding down hallways a little bit, you can see little bits of light, as if there's probably lamps or something that are lit in this place. But we're going to jump back across to the other three now, so that we don't have to try
No. We don't want to hog the limelight. This is entertainment.
No, that's okay.
Apparently, we're now robbing a joint.
That's okay. I want to try and bounce backwards and forwards in a sensible spot to try and keep everybody involved as much as possible. Plus, also just to stress people out. So the rest of you guys, it's probably only 5 or 6 minutes in the carriage before you can feel it slowing down. I'm just distracted by Cass's comments in the chat.
Also, just for Saz's reference, I've done this on purpose, by the way.
Oh, nice.
Have fun, guys.
Nice. Excellent. Well played. So you feel the carriage slow down. And then you hear a little bit of talking. You can hear the sound of what would be like large gates opening up. Then the carriage bouncing along and moving a bit. before coming to another halt. And you can hear now the doors of the carriage opening up, and it sounds like the Altons disembarking. Miera, Grumpfel.
Does it? Can we hear horses being unhitched?
As you listen, not so much, not right now, no. But peering through the back, which you've been doing sort of this whole time, Grumpfel, you can see that you have definitely passed into a larger estate. The fences surrounding this property are wrought iron, so they're not tall stone ones like where Delgrim and Tiernan is, for example, at the moment. Probably a bit more modest. The sort of the driveway or the path that the carriage has come down is quite long, so you're probably a fair way back from the main road. But even at this point in time, with some of the light from the lamps, you can see that there is a bit of traffic on the roads outside, but not a lot at this point in time. And you can hear, you can hear the Altons, like I said, disembarking.
Well, I would be probably listening just to make sure there wasn't, like, I suppose waiting for the time when there were no more noises of people disembarking. And then once it's kind of a bit quieter, I would suggest to Grumpfel that we disembark ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
So you give it a few moments, and you can hear what sounds like the Altons moving away, footsteps on actually gravel here, it sounds like. And then Delgrim, you know, with the lid sort of up a little bit, peering.
I didn't realize Delgrim jumped in the.
Delgrim, Grumpfel, God. Who's Hans? You suddenly, one of the two guards who was driving the carriage suddenly appears like right in front of this large crate that you're in.
Can I, through the slit, see that it's the front or the back of the uniform?
The front, like they're literally looking.
Gonna grab the inside of the lid and hold down.
Okay. You feel him reach forward, and you feel resistance, as it feels like someone's trying to open it.
Now, having had this up a little bit, can I see how the locking mechanism works? And if I can get it down, I'm going to shove it the edge of a dagger into to try and secure that lock.
I'm going to get you to make a contested athletics check to see how well you can keep this thing closed as someone's trying to push against it. So, time to flex those old gnome muscles, Grumpfel.
Yeah. This is gonna be fun. Alrighty. Handful of dice, not a D20 amongst them. There we go. Since you said that Delgrim was in with us, I'm going to use a dwarf dice.
Ooh.
Pardon me.
Ooh, 14.
14.
14.
Okay, you managed to keep it, like, you can feel some resistance. And then you hear a voice on the other side go, we know you're in there. If the Altons would like to see you inside.
Okay, so I'll in the low light now. Miera has dark vision. No? Okay, so I'm kind of looking at someone I can see in dark vision in this box and getting no response. Okay, the dagger comes out, goes back in, and I'll let go so the box opens.
It opens up, and you can see one of the guards standing there, giving you a slightly puzzled look. You can see he glances over his shoulder back towards the main road. And he looks back at the two of you and goes, I would suggest that you hurry, please.
Okay, yeah, I will help Miera up, and we'll both get out.
Okay. As you two clamber out, the guard waits to one side. and as your feet hit the gravel, he says, "If you'd follow me, please," and just turns and heads towards what you can see now is probably one of the smaller mansions that you have seen in this area. It's only probably 2 stories high. The courtyard here is lined with large, beautiful trees, and there is a decided lack of any sort of gaudy decoration as opposed to a number of the other places. This seems to be a lot more modest.
There are no iron dragon statues in the front. 3 stories.
Yeah.
Can I do an insight on this guy? Just body language read.
Yeah, sure.
15 plus 5 is 20.
Yeah. He seems like slightly on edge. One hand is hovering close enough to the hilt of a longsword that it would be easy for it to get it prepared. But beyond that, just consummate sort of professional.
Okay, but there's no duplicity about him.
Not that you can tell, no.
Cool.
He heads towards the front doors, which are now currently open.
Cool. As we're moving, if you want me to make a stealth check, cool. If not, I just want to almost Bilbo Baggins style reach into the secret pocket of the belt and just make sure that the ring is still there. Just very casually.
Yeah, look, that's fine. He's not even looking at you at this stage. He's just heading towards the doors with the assumption that you'll follow. The other guard you can see is just sort of waiting. Obviously, he's going to deal with the carriage afterwards, but the ring is still definitely there.
Yep.
Nestled
Didn't
securely.
want you to go, haha, it fell out when you're in the thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh no, Rowan's fallen down.
Yeah, the other guard goes, oh, my lucky day, pawn shop,
Yeah.
here I come.
Yep.
QK re-rolling a new character. Great,
Yeah,
good. Yep,
yeah.
fine.
Yep. Sorry, Rowan's been sold. I'm not sure.
We have 250 subs. I'll create a bard. It'll be fine.
Yeah. We've done. So, you guys, I'm assuming, just follow the guard inside.
Yes.
Miera's got her arms crossed. She's looking a bit cranky, but she's walking
Okay.
in that direction.
So you guys head inside the Alton's estate. The front doors lead into just a very, very large entry foyer. And you can see straight away that there are two younger human women dressed in very plain clothes, currently assisting Lady Daria, leading her to what looks like off to a side room. There's 2 more with Taris. And as you guys enter, Taris is currently taking off her dress. You can see she's pulling at the high neck. One of the women is sort of undoing the lacings at the back.
Grumpfel will turn away.
And you can hear Taris going, oh, I just need to get out of this terrible thing. Can you just bring me my regular clothes, please? She glances over her shoulder at the 2 of you and says, just wait there, you'll be dealt with in a minute. Steps out of the dress, just in her very plain undergarments. Both of you would notice that she is quite well, she's slender, but quite well muscled. This is someone who seems to contradict a lot of what you've seen across the rest of the nobility here. She is definitively not soft, squishy money. She is someone who definitely knows a lot of physical activity. And you watch as the clothes that get brought to her appears to be some fairly sort of simple breeches, boots, and what appears to be studded leather armor.
Yeah, I did say Grumpfel turns away, but if she's not sort of dismissed this in the sense of how dare you look at me, Grumpfel will then turn back around because obviously it doesn't bother her. So
She
formalities are out the window.
She seems completely 100% indifferent.
Okay.
As she's getting dressed, she sort of says over her shoulder to the 2 of you, so what is your involvement with the Delirium then? You came here with them, but you're saying you're not part of them. So
Yes, we're not part of them. One of their members is a recent addition to their fellowship. Miera is her friend. We were looking for her on Miera's behalf, but we are not part of their group.
So why were you in the Dragon's Heart then? Why did you come to the performance? If you're part of the group but not one of the performers, what's your purpose here?
Well,
To meet.
Sorry, Mira's just going to cut in and say, because famously, all you noble people are so hard to actually get any time with and have a conversation with. And we were charged with speaking with you about Greenfield. So that's what we did. We found someone that was able to present us to you in a way that we could then speak to you face to face.
On behalf of Greenfield.
We come just purely for that. This is the only reason we're here.
The people of Greenfield are lovely, and we found ourselves moved to act on their behalf, commissioned by themselves, with their blessing to seek out an ear that could render more help than what we could. And unfortunately, yes, the performers were a means to an end, and we absolutely had no idea what their intentions were.
Just doing up buckles with the armor, and you can see the two young women that are helping out. Like at one stage, she kind of like slaps one of them. When she's like, "I can do this myself. I don't need all your help all the time." Very, very proficiently and very quickly doing up this armor, keeping the dagger that you had seen before still stained bright red. At her
Are there any heraldry, religious icons, or symbols of any sort associated with this armor? Anything that would be noticeable by Grumpfel that may have iconic reference, or maybe something he's seen in his travels?
Can you please make for me make a perception check?
Perception. That I can do. I don't know why I keep putting this D20 away. Dwarf D20 again. Come on, Delgrim. Give me some luck here. That is 14.
14. No, the armor itself looks very, very plain and simplistic. I mean, it's like it's well made. But beyond that, you can't see anything that appears to be of any kind of iconography as you were sort of looking for. Okay. So she turns around, now sort of adjusting the last few buckles and stuff. She goes, "All right. I mean, what you've said, I can understand. It makes sense to me. Let's go and have a talk with my mother. Please follow me." And she gestures off to a side room. This whole place inside here is quite brightly lit, by the way. There's a number of lanterns, chandeliers. She leads you into a small sort of sitting room with a large fireplace. Rowan, yeah?
Can I just get a time check? How long are we since?
You've got heaps of time.
Gravy.
Yeah,
Excellent.
yeah.
Have fun, guys.
Can Rowan hear us while she's in the ring, or are you just sitting there waiting for that's time?
You don't know where I am, sir.
Yeah.
Absolutely no information for you. Like, yep.
Well, Grumpfel would then either he would hypothesize that you're in the ring or you've gone somewhere else, which would then
Or you
have him
become
go.
the ring.
Although he, like that
Who
would
knows?
that would make him think either you're able to come out at any time, or given how we've seen there is a certain allotted time that then between appearance and disappearance and reappearance, that he knows that best guess is the ring being in a confined little pocket within his belt, that you're going to be safe.
To quote Meeples and Dragons in the chat, "You know nothing, Grumpfel."
I know that I have a ring worth a few gold coins. No.
You can do it that way if you want. That's your choice.
Yeah, can't go to the
Okay.
pawn store.
Just
Go to
bearing
the
in mind
to-
what you, the player, know about my character
go
type.
to the
Like,
pawn
that
shop.
would
Go
very
to
well
the
for
pawn
you.
shop. I'd like to pawn this ring, please. Thank you.
I have
Rowan
already sold the
reappears,
ring in
comes
this
back
town.
out, and
I
then
know.
Rick, we go and pawn it.
Okay.
I am
Okay.
very aware of what I've done. If
Okay.
Rowan is dead, I am not a ring
Anything.
wraith Promethean. Go away. I can only quote Lord of the Rings so many times in this chat. I've already
So,
done
the small sitting room, there is, you can see a very large, comfortable looking couch, some very large looking armchairs. You can see Lady Daria Alton is already sitting in one of the armchairs. The small pipe that you saw her puffing on back in the theatre in one hand. And in the other hand, you can see she's got what appears to be some sort of a glass with some kind of amber liquid in it. She seems still quite out of breath. And the two young women at this stage have left. Actually, sorry, one of them has left. The other one is sort of just standing off to one side beside her, sort of ready to cater to anything she might need. Terrace very quickly sort of rushes over to her mother and goes down on one knee and just sort of takes her mother's hand. And she says, are you feeling a bit better, Mother? I know that there's been a lot going on. And Daria says, I'm fine, Terrace. But this has been quite the eventful evening. Looks like we've got a bit of stretching. Waiting for something to go pop.
Mine already did, don't worry. You
Oh.
got sound suppression on, so you didn't hear everything go snap
Yeah.
crackle.
Once upon a time, Snap
That's
Crackle
not the
Pop
ASMR people
was
want.
a once upon a time, Snap Crackle Pop was a breakfast cereal for me.
So
It was one for me too, Heath. You're not. Don't play that card.
you're not that old.
My
Well, the rest of us aren't that young. Okay, so Daria looks at Grumpfel and Miera and says, so, I mean, what part do the two of you have to play in all of this? I mean, first you came to talk to us about Greenfield, and the next thing we know, the theatre is being burnt to the ground and the Beckforths have been killed. I mean, this is quite the occurrence.
Why are you
it is.
assuming that we have anything to do with it? We wouldn't have stayed in the middle of the chaos if we'd had anything to do with it. Surely, like, common sense.
Well, my dear, sometimes the best thing to do in these situations is actually stay close to the problem. I certainly know that's how we've survived for a number of years. But, I mean, if you're saying that you had no part in this, then very well.
Well, it
I'm
was
curious
an
as to-
absolute surprise. I'm just as upset about it as you are, maybe even more so.
She watches you, her dark eyes peering at you through her small wire-framed glasses. And you can see she's trying to get a bit of a read of you, Miera. As she sort of stares, the time expands to a slightly uncomfortable period
So I'm staring
as she
straight back.
as she puffs away on her small pipe.
Grumpfel,
Well, I think I believe you. What do you say, Sir No?
he pauses for a moment, sort of kind of rubs his hands together, and then from underneath his cloak takes out his effigy of Kamateon. He says, though Kamateon is my calling, I am a cleric of life, and tonight's cold-blooded taking of life, whether commoner or noble, was everything against my fiber. We implore you that we were not part of this. We were duped by the group that we thought were friends, that gained us an audience to yourselves, and we thought their friendship was genuine in helping us further our desire to help the village of Greenfields. And I as a cleric of life, I find myself shocked and angered by their duplicitousness. And all that I would like to do is find our other companions, further the cause of Greenfields, but I feel myself now wanting to help bring these travelers, these troubadours, these brigands to justice. We neither have the means nor the power to do so.
That Miera's going to snap and turn and look at Grumpfel, just like she's not.
And you
gonna
can,
say
and if you
anything, but-
look at him, you can see he's starting to shake. He's pissed at being tricked by Aloysius. You can see he's starting to come to a boil, but he's not gonna. You know enough of him that he's not gonna snap. But he's pissed off.
Terrace stands up and turns to face the two of you, towering over you. Reaches under her leather armor, and you can see there's a chain around her neck, which you didn't actually notice before, Grumpfel.
Yeah.
Partly because she also had her back to you with a certain degree of honesty, and she pulls out a symbol, which is it depicts a tree covered in leaves with a serpent winding its way up. Grumpfel, you would absolutely definitively recognize that as the symbol of Maisha, which is the god of life, which is the twin of Kamateon, the god of death. Those two symbols actually often can fit together. She looks at you and says, I believe what you're saying. What has happened here is, unfortunately, it is not surprising. Death amongst the people, especially the nobility here, is entirely common. It's a way of life for many. But I don't think you necessarily understand the implications of what has actually happened here tonight. And with that, we're going to bounce back over to the other two.
2 seconds before you do.
Yep.
Then Grumpfel is going to look at her,
Yep.
put his hand on his heart, and say,
Yep.
I had my notes open here and I don't have my no. May your time and duty be long and blessed. And he's going to give her a little bow.
Of which she definitively returns. So, Tiernan and Delgrim, I would like you guys, firstly, please, to make stealth rolls for me as you quietly make your way through this large mansion, trying to find some kind of garb in which to clothe yourselves in.
Before having headed upstairs,
Yep.
I know Tiernan locked the door behind them.
Yep.
Delgrim's going to unlock the door. No reason. But stealth check, you say? Okay.
Yes. Okay, noted.
A 9.
11.
9 and 11. Okay. You guys start to make your way up the stairs, and both of you are... The mansion appears to be very quiet, and the echo that comes from both of you as you're going up the stairs, like you're kind of almost like looking at each other occasionally. You're not... Like, it's not out of control noise, but it's certainly like it would take someone very hard of hearing to probably not notice that there were two people coming up the stairs. What I would now like you to do, please, is tell me a skill that you would like to use in regards to trying to find an appropriate room and how that skill would be applicable in that search. whether it's perception, just purely like going room to room looking, if there's some other clever way that you want to try and go about this, entirely up to you guys.
Tiernan will try to use his knowledge on the construction of noble houses, similar to what he's familiar with the hierarchy in Kafar Baal, to determine where either a clothing room would be, or one of the owners of the house's bedrooms, and thus their clothing would be.
Yep. Okay, so make a history roll then for me, please.
And Delgrim, I think, has no understanding of how these kinds of domiciles work, but we'll assume in such a large place, surely like the bedroom or the place where you go to get dressed is going to be one of the most frequently visited rooms. And so he'll be looking for slightly worn carpet or scuff marks on the floor that kind of indicate a more regularly traveled passage than into other rooms.
So you wanted to go with the whole survival thing?
Sure.
Yeah. Cool. I'm down with that. Okay, so Tiernan, what did you get?
17.
17, and Delgrim?
17.
Ooh, nice. Okay.
Copy.
It's like two become one. The great minds working in tandem.
Oh yeah.
You in between Tiernan, sort of your understanding of what these places are like, as well as Delgrim sort of being able to identify the elements that you'd called out, you comparatively quickly find a couple of large bedrooms. One appears to be a master bedroom. Another one looks like it's probably maybe a visitor's room, but it does have a number of wardrobes and stuff in it.
Okay. Delgrim, so how are we going to disguise ourselves?
You're going to disguise yourself. You find clothes to wrap you up. You look like noble. I stand and be gruff and protect you from lesser folk. You just need to be confident and act as though you are from here, and there is no reason for anyone to be in your way.
So you want me to dress up like a noble?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess we'll go to the master bedroom and rummaging around for well-looking clothes.
You head into the master bedroom, and there's two massive wardrobes. Upon opening up one, it is filled with wonderful, beautiful dresses of all types of descriptions and types. Do
they fit?
Open? Sorry?
Do they fit?
The dresses?
Mm-hmm.
Excellent question.
Could they be looking for a male shard folk?
You find that there's a very elegant red dress, which will look
are there
lovely.
any other clothes? Are they just dresses?
So in this wardrobe, it's just dresses. In the other wardrobe, there are a number of tunics, breeches, more male-orientated clothing. Very, very, very fine. Lots of silken shirts with ruffles and overly elaborately embroidered coats and the like. And they look like they probably fit. I mean, you're not. How tall are you?
5.8.
Sorry?
5.8. 5 foot 8 inches.
Yeah, look, I mean, you'd probably fit as far as you can tell.
Okay, well, I will get dressed up.
Okay. So you start pulling on these various clothes.
Any sigilry?
Sorry.
Is there any sigilry on any of the clothing or anything to indicate
Who owns
whose
it?
house we are in?
So one of the things that you've noticed is that there's not a lot of that kind of thing across the nobility themselves. It was more the only type of iconography that you really saw was actually amongst the mercenary groups that the various houses had hired. So in that respect, no, there is nothing that would indicate sort of who this potentially belongs to. It's exceptionally fine clothing though. It's a little bit tight. Like you probably, it's a little bit uncomfortable, but it's not like Delgrim. Like looking at Tiernan, it doesn't look like he's, wearing clothes that are ill-fitting terribly or anything like that. I guess if you studied him for too long, maybe you could start, critiquing him in a negative fashion. But it's probably not an issue in this sort of light.
You look amazing, Tiernan. Now, quickly, we must leave this place and go see if we can find our friends. And if we cannot, then we'll leave Dragonheart and go back to our residence, then to where we stay.
So we're going to try to get through the gate, right?
Eventually, yes.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go. Out of curiosity. Yeah.
Yep, go.
No, you go.
No, you first.
Okay. Out of curiosity, is there any jewelry in this room?
You can see that there is a very, very large mirror, and a little sort of like desk, set up. There's a number of elements of like what appears to be probably jewelry boxes, like makeup, that kind of thing, and this very long, elaborate sort of setup. But as you look around, both of you can hear quite distinct sounds of boots starting to walk down the hallway outside.
God.
Oh crap! Is there any outside the room?
Yep, like the hallway outside this room, coming from probably like the direction that you guys came from, like towards maybe someone who's come up the stairs or something similar.
I guess Delgrim wasn't building spot out.
We are going to have to hide or find a way out of this room.
Is there any exits from this room other than that door?
There is another small, fairly plain-looking door on the opposite side of the room. Yep.
Make a beeline for it, I guess.
Okay.
Are there? What's the lighting like in here?
The lighting in here, there would be a small lantern on the wall, which is just casting a very low glow across the room. So it's fairly dimly lit. There's a number of other lanterns and stuff which would use to probably illuminate the room more, but it seems like this is sort of like the single one left on, so people don't have to try and walk into a dark room.
Okay, close by, is it?
It's like it would be easy for you to grab if you needed to.
Okay, great. Tiernan, you go for door. Delgrim's going to grab that lantern and set fire to the nearest curtain, and then follow Tiernan to the other exit out of this room.
Okay.
Then.
All right.
Well, you're just a ball of chaos, aren't you?
So Tiernan,
sorry, I blanked out for a second. That almost sounded like Delgrim setting fire to the manor. Like, did I?
Correct.
So you grab that and race towards the curtain and go to set it on fire. Tiernan, you race over to the other door and open it, and it's a small privy. Obviously, like the private ensuite or something.
I'll just duck in there and try to pull the door close. I'm assuming was Delgrim going to join me? Did he say he was going to join me?
He was. Yep.
And then I'm going to dive in and just hide behind the door.
Delgrim, I'm going to let you make a perception check to see if you notice what is in this room before you torch the place.
Where they keep their spirits.
Fate of the dice. 14. You're standing there with the lantern, like, ready to kind of, go full pyromaniac, and you glance over to where Tiernan is. just as he opens the door, and you just notice that it's not an exit from the room. It looks like it's a very small privy.
Okay, great.
You can still hear footsteps walking down the hallway.
So we've retconned, and I haven't set fire to anything yet. Okay.
No, because you were
yeah.
you that was the just the moment beforehand.
Yeah.
You would have glanced across.
Great. Okay. Excellent.
Jesus.
Delgrim will just grab Tiernan's arm then, and pull him in the other direction, and he's just gonna try and. Is there like a gap between the bed and
Footsteps
the
are coming. Yep. Footsteps are coming.
Excellent, sweet. Delgrim's dragging us under the bed.
You're hiding under the
We're hiding
bed.
under the bed. Who looks under the bed unless someone knows that you're there?
What are you doing with the lantern?
It's going back where it was.
Okay. I want you to, because the footsteps are pretty close, I would like you to make either an athletics or an acrobatics check to see how quickly or dexterously you're able to quickly nip across, hang it up where it was, and then get back under the bed.
Yeah, we're going acrobatics. Delgrim is incredibly dexterous, as it turns out. That's an 18.
Okay, nice, excellent. You managed to hang it up, grab Tiernan, and like literally sort of dive the two of you on the ground under the bed, probably on the opposite. So there's probably the bed where you guys are. So you're sort of opposite the doorway, under the bed. Just as you go under, you hear the footsteps stop.
Delgrim will just put a finger to his lips, right up close to Tiernan's suspiciously hairless face, and say nothing.
You hear the footsteps moving off down the hallway, away from where the stairs are, deeper into the house.
Are you proud of yourself? We're hiding under the bed.
Is this Tiernan or is this...
No, this is John. This is John.
I am... hey, we didn't get caught, and we're not on fire currently, so yeah, sure I am.
Oh dear. Oh dear. I know Rowan's doubling down on her bucket of popcorn as well.
Okay, I'm assuming we're going to try to get out of here now.
Rowan is having a great time. What are you talking about? I got pillows, I got a couch, basically just taking a short rest. Like, it's good. It's a
She's
good
chilling
time.
out. She's like, this is awesome.
Oh dear.
So what do you?
I'm not
what do
gonna
you?
lie, best choice I've ever made for a session ever.
If
So guy, yeah.
if we're
Wow,
going...
talk about being carried by the group, Kate. Jeez.
Whoa!
But valid, yeah. Tiernan, if
Accurate, but how?
if
Just because we've never had a chance to use this amazing skill of mine before.
It's
now.
amazing. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. But it wouldn't be Radiant Shadows if there wasn't some kind of shade.
That's all right. Prometheus just sitting there like, I have plans now. I know what can happen, maybe. Think I know
So-
how this works.
Tiernan, Delgrim, what are you guys doing?
if we are very quiet, maybe we can sneak back out the way we came.
Just one question, Hamish.
Yeah.
How much of my skin is actually covered?
The
Like-
shirt. I mean, you'd a little bit of neck, face, hands, sort of just the regular amount that you would expect.
Because I recall you mentioning makeup.
Correct.
Would I have had the opportunity to grab said makeup and try to hide my blue skin?
Not yet, but you've got.
Okay.
You could try now if you wanted to. You can always try.
Give me a moment, Delgrim, but please keep an eye on the door. I'll try to make this quick, and I'm going to beeline to the makeup and try to conceal my blue skin as much as possible.
Okay, I am absolutely here for this. This is amazing. Okay, there are various containers and powders and creams, and it's like it's like the first time you visited some of the alchemist guilds back in Cathar Baal when you were younger, where it was like potions and test tubes, like this world of things you just did not understand. It was like you were on a different planet, and you're transported back to being young again, looking at this collection of, you've got no idea what do I do with this stuff. So how are we gonna do this? You're just gonna kind of grab anything that looks like it might hide your skin?
No, I'm going to try to recall how I saw the nobles, the women in particular, looked.
Yep.
At the event, and the men as well, and then try to think. Okay. And I'm just trying to disguise my skin color.
Okay.
As
All right.
much as possible, so it's more cream-like.
Are you?
What are you, a colour theory?
Here
Use-
we go, boys and girls.
Use color
Okay.
theory, I guess.
So,
How good at color theory is
So-
Tiernan?
so Tiernan, are
That'd
you?
come under performance, wouldn't it?
Look,
I
I'm
feel
not.
like maybe.
Yeah. So Tiernan, like, how long are you willing to invest in trying to do this?
Not long at all. He knows he does not have a lot of time.
Okay,
So-
all right. Tiernan, I would like you to please make a performance check with disadvantage.
Mm-hmm.
Please let it.
baby.
Oh, sweet jeebus.
God, I love Dungeons and Dragons. Okay.
Happy in my life. It's amazing.
So after about maybe like 5 minutes of doing this, you look at yourself in the mirror and you're like,
Oh
oh
my
my god, what have I done?
Hive is yellow.
The kids have got into mum's makeup.
There's patches of blue, like still shining through, and
Someone
red.
do the art. Someone
And-
do
and
art
it's-
of this. Someone give this to a child and
Oh
make
my
them do
god!
art of
Yeah.
it.
Waste.
Oh,
Like it is like Delgrim. You glance
Breathe,
over.
Kate. Just breathe. Breathe. Kate.
I feel, yeah, like words cannot describe
oh,
the apparition that you have turned yourself into here.
Oh.
Now, Tiernan. The blue skin that is visible is probably the least of your concerns at this stage. It kind of looks like someone's murdered a clown.
okay.
Oh no.
I'm just gonna quickly wipe it all off with some water and go give up. Walk out.
I'm liking this more because you can see Kate's like twisting inside and out for the theatre trying to rage.
Promethean, can you
I'm
please make
regretting not picking up disguise self now.
Promethean, can you make a
Just
perception
recording.
check for me, please?
I am not mad about this. I am
No, no,
laughing
no.
my ass off. It is amazing.
21.
I want the art.
Okay, so Tiernan, you realise that this has gone terribly wrong, and that your career as a makeup artist is very short-lived. And
Over.
as you start to wipe it off,
Oh.
Delgrim, you hear the footsteps coming back.
Right. It's round 2. Delgrim's gonna grab Tiernan's arm and we're going back under the bed.
Okay.
Nice and quiet. Nice
So
and
at
gentle.
this stage, like, there's probably like a streak of blue skin where you've started to get rid of some of this abomination that's smeared across your blue skin. As Delgrim grabs you, drags you back under the bed. And again, you hear the footsteps, but this time they don't stop at this room. They just keep going. You hear them stop probably a little bit down the hallway though, and you can hear a muffled voice. And very, very quietly, it sounds like another muffled voice replying.
We go.
Oh, no,
And then the
did
footsteps off into the distance again.
Is there a sense of direction for which way the footsteps are going?
They're heading back towards the main door. So basically, the first time they came was from the main door, or from sort of that part of the house.
Yeah.
So sort of from front of the house to the back of the house. and now they're going from back of the house to front of the house. And they sort of paused partway down at probably one of the 3 or 4 doors that you would have seen off shooting before you got to the master bedroom.
Yeah.
Talked to someone in a room, and then kept going again.
Right. On the same level though?
Yep, on the same
Okay.
level.
All right. Tiernan, we seem to have maybe 5 minutes or more based on how long this person is walking back and forth since we first came in and when they came back to door. That is not much time. I don't know what you've done to your face. It looks absolutely awful, but it is time for us to go now. I think we should sneak back down and out of this place.
I agree. Let's get out of here.
Let's go. And just because I guess plan A is plan A, on the way out of this room, then Delgrim will take the lantern and is going to set fire to those curtains on the way out of the bedroom.
Okay.
Tiernan's just like staring at you.
Shh, go.
What did you do? Just
go.
pushed out the door.
It's like being scolded by the world's worst clown. Possibly hard to take him seriously with just this abomination that is his face. But the lantern and the curtain, like there's a lovely sort of lace curtain behind sort of a thicker fabric one. The lace just instantly catches a blaze. And you can feel the heat radiating off it as it starts to burn brightly. And then what, are you guys just booking it for the front door?
Quietly?
Yeah, as quietly as possible while we've got a little bit of time of only one room being on fire.
Are we closing the door? Because it was closed previously, was it not?
Yes, I guess Delgrim would be the last out, and yeah, I think Delgrim would be closing the door.
Okay. You close the door behind you. Would you so you've got a choice. You can either try and go slowly and make a regular stealth check, and potentially risk bumping into someone if they're coming back again, or alternatively you can roll with disadvantage but basically move at normal speed. Up to you guys how you want to approach this.
Someone set the building on fire.
It's only one room so far. It's contained. It's fine.
I guess we'll go slow.
Yeah. Agreed.
The dice are hating me tonight, as per normal.
Okay, so roll your stealth rolls.
15.
11.
Okay. All right. You guys head out of the room, close the door quietly, make your way down the stairs. Tiernan possibly making a little bit more noise than you would like. However, you guys get to the front door. Open it up because someone was smart enough to unlock it before you guys got down here. Step outside and find yourselves once again out in the dragon's heart, in a position to try and work out where on earth you're going to go next. And with that, let's go to break, because Tiernan needs to clean himself up. John needs to clean.
Why is it so serious?
That doesn't sound sus at all, Ham. What are you talking about? It's totally fine and innocent conversation.
Absolutely.
You know, the funny thing is, if we had to split, there wouldn't be the need of knowing that Miera is the only one with
Prestidigitation.
That's the one to clean Tiernan up immediately. But if we're all there, then it's that wonderful dynamic of catch-22.
I think
if we were together, it wouldn't have happened.
I just want to point out too that Miera was not there and Delgrim set fire to someone's house.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All I'm going to say is the moral compass wasn't there. and and people broke into buildings.
Yeah, but
again.
is she
Was
the
it your
moral
first
compass
point?
though? Is she the moral compass? Because
Accidentally.
she's just hanging out in the ring. She's just like,
Yes,
not
you
my problem,
booked it.
man.
Like abstaining from
she's
morality entirely.
Yeah.
He's chaotic neutral. What do you
We'll be
want
back
from
in
her?
5 or 10 minutes, everyone.
Chaotic neutral, my guy.
Oh, dear. Oh.
Okay, cool. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you very much to everyone who's been hanging out for the first half, which has been a bit of a roller coaster already. Let's see where we end up by the end of the night. We are going to bounce back to 2 halflings and a gnome.
One halfling and a gnome and a invisible
And
problem.
yeah. Daria gestures for Grumpfel and Miera to take a seat. So gesturing towards like the big comfortable couch or the chairs around. She says, you need to understand what has actually happened, like the implications of what has happened this evening. Please,
Are you
take a
saying?
seat.
Are you? Grumpfel will just wander over and kind of he will check his clothing for any dirt or muck or whatever like that before sitting down. Are you saying that this is something that a rival noble has orchestrated?
I have no idea about what the motivations are behind this, but the implications of the act itself are monumental, if not in some respects, as potentially cataclysmic for Harrow. She glances over at you, Miera. Are you taking a seat, or are you just standing defiantly?
I'm just gonna keep standing.
She's going to set a curtain on fire. It's all good.
Yeah, no, she's not gonna do a Delgrim until she gets fireball. Takes a moment to sort of size you up a little bit, Miera, but okay. She says, the Beckforths and the Malagarths are the two most powerful families in Alamar. As you're aware, the Beckforths are the current rulers. Duke Gregor Beckforth is a cruel, callous, and heartless individual. But one of the things he valued the most in his life was his son. Thasgard Malagarth invited that son to Harrow in an attempt to play these political games that the noble families here, including myself, do to try and maintain and to grow their power. The fact that his son has now been killed in Harrow under the protection of the Malagarths is going to send Duke Beckforth into a rage. This is going to plunge all of Alamar into a civil war. I don't know how long it will take before word will get back to Deep Cove. Probably not too long, I would imagine. They have contacts in the Guild of Sending, which can get messages around around the lands very, very fast. And the Duke will do everything to mobilize his forces to descend upon Harrow. And once that starts, all of the other great houses are going to start throwing in their lots with either the Malagarths or the Beckforths. And the Duke will not stop until the Malagarths are wiped off the face of this world. This is... I do not know what or who is behind this, whether it is an act of some other noble family or whether it is even one of the other local duchies that has somehow convinced this band of performers that you traveled with to take part in this. But whatever it is, this is monumental in many respects.
So I guess, but there's nothing we can do about this now.
No, there's not. This is the die has been cast. All we can really do now is work out how to best approach navigating this situation.
And where does your family sit?
Daria leans back in her chair and takes a long draw on the small pipe and blows out a long cloud of smoke and says, "We threw in our lot with the Malagarths some time ago. They are the most influential here. We are but one of the more minor houses. The best way for us to survive was to ally ourselves with the most powerful. It is unpleasant and distasteful, but unfortunately in this part of the world, that is how you survive. But now, this puts us in a very tenuous position, and I will be talking with my children in regards to what we need to do. It may be that we need to find a way to flee the city. It might be that our fates are sealed. But we will have to have some conversations and work out how to approach this. Luckily, we will have a small amount of time to be able to figure something out before Duke Beckforth's forces descend upon this town, but there are many places around here that could be at risk, depending on where the Beckforths come from. Greenfield is probably going to be one of the places which, to be fair, is actually quite safe. It's a small farming village of no real consequence, but there are many other places that are part of Alamar which, depending on who they're allied with, the Beckforths could raze to the ground.
But perhaps you should make your way to Greenfield. Peridan's house is empty.
It's a consideration, but again, it's we are known to be associated with the Malagarths. The Beckforths know this, and there is no way for us to get out of that. Even having you here is a small risk. Your friends who tried to get us to help back on the road. Every moment that we were seen in their presence potentially paints us with a target. If it's not the Beckforths trying to get us, the Malagarths think we've got any part to play in this, and I certainly wouldn't put it past them, then they could come after us as well. It's all political games. It's certainly not unknown for various noble houses to commit acts of murder to climb the political ladder.
From what I've heard, it happens fairly frequently.
Harrow is a microcosm of what it is like here. Deep Cove is significantly worse, but death and deceit is not uncommon. For myself, and I know for my siblings, for my children, for Taris and Gil, who's not here at the moment, our concern probably lies more with the people of Harrow who are going to get caught in between all of this. There are people here who they have no part in these political games. But Beckforth's not going to care. He will come to Harrow and he will burn it to the ground.
I don't know really what we can't really do anything to help. I guess.
No, you can't. You can't. I'm just trying to tell you, I'm trying to get you to understand the consequences of this evening. You and your friends, as I said, I don't know. You say you have no real association with this group. Very well.
If what you're saying, if I understand what you're saying, that we may be implicated by even simple association and not part of the conspiracy.
Absolutely.
Proper.
You were seen with the Delirium regularly. You arrived here at the theatre with them.
What a
You were seen
mess
upstairs, talking with the rest, talking with myself when you came seeking our aid in regards to Greenfield. Even that, even if, say, someone like the Tradersons decide that this is an opportunity to get us removed, a thorn in their side, they may go to the Malagarths and say, well, we saw Daria and Taris talking with these troublemakers. It's one of the reasons why I decided I may as well just help you two now. I'm not sure what's going on with your other friends, but at the moment...
What happened with them?
I don't know. I just told them to run, and so did my daughter. There was no way we could do anything to help them at the moment. The Earthbreakers weren't going to listen to us. They're Malagarth's people. The only thing they could do was flee, and hopefully they've worked out some way of getting out of the heart, although, to be honest, any attempt at going through through the main gates is going to end in failure. Anyone who's not recognized or seems even remotely out of place is probably going to be dragged away.
Especially after tonight's events.
Especially after tonight's events.
If we're out of the Dragon Heart, what are our chances of getting out of Harrow?
Once you're out of the heart, there is probably ways of getting out of the city itself, which you could find. It's 4 main gates out of Harrow. I'm sure they'll be heavily guarded, but we're not going to be the only people who are going to be thinking about the implications of what happened, and it might be that there's a caravan or something that you could slip out with. There might even be a way under the main walls through the rat's nest. In fact, Taris, do you or Gil know of anywhere? You frequent the rat's nest fairly regularly. And Taris, who's just sort of been sitting quietly to the side listening, gives a brief nod and says, yeah, there'll be ways through the rat's nest, but not entirely pleasant ways, but there's ways to get out there.
Would you be willing to share that information?
We can help.
What was the
I mean,
name
we do owe your other friends a debt of gratitude for helping us get out of the theatre.
Someone else collects.
Lady Alton's daughter is Taris, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Although, Grumpfel's going to err on the side of caution and call her Lady Alton as well.
Uh-huh.
What know you of a group in the nest? What was? Trying to remember what their names were. The group we helped. Brain failing. Weasel? No. Weasel, cockroach, something like that. I can't remember.
Bertie.
What was it? Sorry, Kaz?
Bertie, he was the elven leader.
Bertie.
The group.
That's right. What know you of a group whose leader is known as Bertie? We had when I say run-in, they attempted to accost us, but we managed to placate them with a bit of helping in one of their members whose leg would have been lost had I not helped. They seem amiable to us now. What have you heard of them, and would they be a source of a good source to use to get ourselves out of Harrow?
You can see Taris think for a moment. She goes, yeah, I know Bertie. I mean, not particularly well. Runs with one of the local gangs there. Look, to be honest, I mean, they might help you get out of town, but is that what you're after?
Just formulating ideas and making a multitude of plans.
To be honest with you, I think I'm happy to help you get out. Either myself or Gil, my brother, we can show you the ways to the rat's nest. Our focus will be trying on trying to help others in the rat's nest get out.
Yeah.
Those are the people who in this city who are going to, they already suffer the most. They don't stand a chance in this. Everybody in the Rat's Nest is as good as dead now.
Okay, then yes, that's not good. Yes, let's help.
Your friends, do you know where they would have gone?
Unfortunately, no. I do not know. Miera, would you have any idea?
I don't know the dragon part well to know where they could go, but if they get out, I would have thought, well,
are you?
that happened.
Grumpfel kind of just sort of touches the side of his head. Are you able to send them a missive?
Not unless I can see them.
Ah.
Harris says, "Dear, we might be able to help with that. But to be fair, it probably won't be until at least tomorrow, until at least some of this is calmed down. We can approach the Guild of Sending. There are people there who have certain skills and talents who are able to contact people, depending on the interactions they've had with them. So I'm not sure. Have you or your friends had anything to do with Valenta?"
Yes.
Yes.
We know Valenta.
Good. Well, I mean, in that respect, including your two other companions.
Yes.
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 Well, we may be able to get assistance from Valenta to get a message to them. All you would need to do is craft what that message is. It needs to be concise, preferably less than about 25 words, I believe is the rules they normally have. And Valenta can attempt to send a message through to one of them.
But that won't be until tomorrow.
I mean, at this stage, I mean, with the chaos out there at the moment, I don't even know. I mean, I'm making an assumption that Valenta even managed to get out of there, says Taris. I mean, she's a crafty woman and she's more skilled than most, but I mean, there was a lot of chaos in there.
She was with you in the foyer. Was she with you during the performance?
No, she was sitting elsewhere. But I didn't. I mean, once all hell broke loose, I didn't see her. And to be honest, I wasn't looking.
I regret that I did not also look for her.
Well, for the moment, all we can do is hope that she made her way out. And maybe tomorrow morning, once some of this chaos is cleared, either myself or my brother can make a trip to the offices and see what we can sort out. But for tonight... Mother, as long as you're okay with this, and you can see Daria's looking very tired, she just gives a brief nod, and Tara says that you're welcome to stay here. Please, we will set you up in a spare room. I would appreciate if you maybe just stayed in that room unless called for. Having you wandering around is always going to be a risk.
We have rooms at the Veilway Inn. If our friends got out, they'd be heading there, I'm assuming. So,
well, we can maybe send someone with a message to the Veilway.
Maybe not to the Veilway, to ask for them at the Veilway rather than leave it there. Maybe look for them and not leave it if they're not there. If you catch my drift,
we can probably organize something. That shouldn't be difficult.
I don't know if we should be staying here.
Well,
I appreciate the offer. And just obviously, you've said a few times that having any association with us could be a risk for you.
It would be, but also in saying that, if we know exactly where you are, that would make myself a lot more comfortable as well. I believe most of what you say, says Taris, but again, I don't entirely know you particularly well.
I can appreciate your reservation. You have your family and family's well-being to look for. But I'd like to thank you for your hospitality.
I mean, you're very welcome. Let's call this a temporary alliance for now. I feel like maybe we can help each other out for the moment.
Of course.
With that, Taris turns to Daria and says, Mother, there's some business that I'm going to need to attend to. I'll send for Cassius so he can come and talk to you, and you can start looking at maybe some ways to think about how we can shore up the defense of the house, and maybe look at starting to make some plans in regards to where to go to next. Daria gives a brief nod. She says, I would appreciate that very much, daughter. I am tired, however, so if maybe you could organize for our friends here to find a bedchamber. I'm sorry. We will have guards at the door. We do appreciate if you do not leave your rooms this evening, please. If you do, again, I'm not trying to be cruel or mean, but all things considered, if you do choose to leave the room during the evening, there will be orders for the guards to deal with you. I'm sure you understand the caution that we have.
Yes, I can assure you that I will speak at least for myself, if not anyone else. The only reason I would leave the room as provided is in the emergence of self and the preservation of my friends.
Very well.
And if we need to use the bathroom.
We will set you up with chamber pots and the like. You will have all the required comforts necessary.
Is it possible to be on the ground floor? I'm a bit afraid of heights, so it would just make me feel a bit more at ease if my room was on a lower level.
I'm sure we can organize. I'm sure we have a spare room somewhere on the ground floor. That should not be a problem, Miera.
Thank you.
But now, please, and you can see standing at the door are two of those guards, two different individuals this time. And you can see, and Taris says, if you could please escort Miera and Grumpfel to one of the ground floor spare rooms, fetch them any food or drink they might need for the evening, and make sure that they're set up in a comfortable fashion.
Grumpfel will get up, make it look like he's adjusting his clothing, and he'll just give the ring just another little tap just to make sure it's still there.
Yep, still there. With that, the two guards escort you through the large mansion. As you leave, you can see striding down the hallway from sort of the opposite direction, heading towards the small room, a fairly sort of short human, probably sort of 5'6", 5'7"-ish.
Sorry, I love that that's short, given that's the average height of an Australian person. Like
shortish. I thought 5'10" was
bluish with a lot of mismatched.
It's just that.
Oh my god!
5'6" is short.
It's Tiernan, and he's setting the manor on fire.
3'4" and 4'10".
No, human. Shut up. Leave me alone.
It's Tiernan, and he's setting this manor on fire with. He's not. Delgrim is.
Very, very heavily muscled, red hair and beard, shot through with sort of streaks of white. with a large sort of nasty scar across his nose and down the cheek, and you can actually see that one ear is missing. He's wearing red plate mail armor, and on the center, emblazoned on it, is a circular flaming shield, which is the same crest that you've seen on all of the guards' shields as well. As he walks past you two and the other two guards, the two guards sort of snap a quick salute at him, who gives a brief nod of the head, acknowledging them before vanishing into the small side room where Lady Daria and Terrace is, and you hear the door close behind him as the guards lead you guys off to the spare room. Now, I'm going to jump across to Delgrim and Krusty the Tiernan.
Hey, kids.
Hey! So, the two of you are now outside the house, however, still in the grounds. Tiernan, dressed in some beautiful clothes.
It does have a hood, doesn't it?
Sorry?
It does have a hood, I hope.
Did you grab a cloak?
One would assume so.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Yep.
I'm going to pull up the hood so trying to conceal my mismatched appearance,
Excellent.
facial appearance.
Excellent.
Until I get a moment to take care of it.
Yep. So what are you guys doing? Where are you going? What are you doing?
Doesn't matter, Tiernan, how much you pull up that hood. I can see in the dark, and there's like bright shining light in sky that you have something on your face. I think maybe rethink the plan. And seeing that privy upstairs. Also, we have to be quick because this house is going to be on fire very soon.
Let's go.
But seeing the privy gave me an idea. We need to look for, there should be some kind of sewer around, some kind of underground tunnel. You remember sewers we were in a little while ago? There is crack in sewers between Dragonheart and another place, Oaktown, I think.
Tiernan's just going to stare at him a moment, thinking, I just got all dressed up in finery, and now you want to lead to the sewer? Okay.
Ruined.
Yeah.
So Tiernan's like, okay, great idea. Let's just get out of here, because the house is on fire, or potentially about to start on fire. I don't want to be near here. Let's go.
That is why we go. And Delgrim will start looking for anything that looks like some kind of gutter, sewer type situation. Presumably coming off the house.
Interesting. Okay, make a perception check for me.
13?
Okay. You spend a bit of time sort of surveilling the area where you are at the moment. You can't really, you don't see anything that indicates sort of access to a sewer from the spots where you are.
Can Tiernan deduce from his knowledge on basic construction and urban planning where a sewer entrance would potentially be located? Not necessarily exactly in the house, but yeah.
Make a history check for me.
Stop using those. Nice.
That's my second natural one of the evening.
Look, I mean, to be fair, that the sewage structures of urban cities is probably not high on Tiernan's list of things he would know. Plus, also, probably Cathar Baal has probably some fairly unique approaches to it, considering the construction.
We just teleport our stuff via, trans-teleportation. Let's just go.
Yeah, in the absence, not able to fight anything, Delgrim will also be keen to leave the grounds. The idea of setting the place on fire was to cause a distraction, and that doesn't work if we're still here. So
now we're pretending to be our roles of you the bodyguard, me
once we're off the grounds, but I think for the time being, Delgrim's just going to be
So over the
for
wall.
the easiest way out. Yeah, but directionally, it'll be kind of back towards, I guess, the theatre. So Delgrim's backup plan is the Oldens, because they're the only people even remotely friendly to them in the area. So it'd be whichever, like, where the gnomes rush to, and where, just by his sense of direction, the theatre is in his mind, it'll be kind of midpoint between those directions that he's going to head in.
Okay. All right. How are you getting out of the grounds?
Great question, Hamish.
Thanks. Thanks.
Very good
Promethean.
question. What do we see? It's a fence, yeah. Just
We either
a
climb the
large
wall or we go
fence.
through the front gate.
So there is the large wrought iron front gate, or there is the large stone walls that you originally clambered over in the first place.
Yeah. And I guess so directionally, I feel like we'd be heading in the opposite direction than what we came in from. And I feel like it's a wall climb.
So wall climb?
There. I think so.
Okay.
on the side street.
Sure.
There should be two side streets, shouldn't there?
Yep. So there's either the side street that you came in from or the opposite side street.
I go the opposite one, I think.
Okay.
Opposite.
So that would be sort of heading back roughly towards the direction of the theatre.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. All right. So you guys scurry across the open courtyard. Can you a couple of athletics checks, please, to do some awesome wall climbing?
15.
15.
8.
8. Okay.
I think they hate these dice. Every
Yeah,
dice on the dice roll
Roll
a 10.
real dice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They hate me. All dice hate me.
So Delgrim, like, you're able to kind of clamber up the wall. You find a couple of sort of small tree and stuff to help you get up, and you look down, and there's Tiernan desperately once again flailing at the wall, and just unable to get the right grip or find the right footholds or anything like that to be able to get over it.
Like a little hamster trying to climb up the side of its enclosure.
And that is when you can hear muffled shouts from inside the house.
God. Look, I don't want to burn another 5 foot of rope.
Is there any nearby tree or scrub or vine anywhere on this wall that would make
going to offer the hat to Tiernan to kind of hold on to the brim of. Hopefully he can stabilize himself with that.
So Tiernan, you can, if you want to use that assistance from Delgrim, you can make another athletics check with advantage.
Sure.
You got this, buddy. We believe in you.
It's what we said last time you tried to climb the walls.
17.
17.
Hey!
There you go. Okay.
Power of the hat.
So in between Delgrim's assistance and able to find, like, you sort of find like a nearby tree to sort of half help yourself get up, you guys manage to get to the top of the wall and drop down the other side onto the open side street. The number of people out on the main road now has dwindled, but you can see, and even in the darkness, a slight glow coming from the direction of the theatre and smoke. And off in the distance, you can hear the sound of a number of voices.
Stay calm, and we walk in this direction, and we try and find Sula on the way. If anyone questions us, you are visiting noble from different area. Do you
This
think
had
you
a
can
terrible.
What era? What area?
from any area? That is not here. You have bright blue skin. You not fit in, but you look the part. So
I'm from Deep Cove. I don't know any other place.
sure, that sounds like nothing could be a problem with that story.
Quick question, Tiernan.
Hmm.
Have you made any more efforts to remove the rest of the?
That's what I was about to say. I was going to grab a handkerchief or something to try to wipe off the catastrophe that is my face.
Okay. All right.
Aw,
Yeah.
don't be
Yeah.
so harsh
But-
on yourself, man.
But what about the makeup?
I rolled a 1.
You rolled a 1, it's permanent.
Ooh. How
Give
dare
you
you
no-
insult my fictional character?
So as you guys walk, you pull out like a handkerchief. Like there's maybe one in like the coat pocket of this jacket that you've stolen, and you
And-
begin doing the best that you can to try and get the makeup off. Every time you look over Delgrim, there's a little bit of the makeup that's gone, but there is also just it's yeah,
what-
it's just
it's
sort of
like
the
Smear.
It's-
It's a smear
it's-
of beige at the
and-
grey
and-
beige.
And the
Yeah.
problem is like the handkerchief's not terribly big, so it's getting pretty thickly crusted with what's on there.
It's-
So
Oh.
It's the face makeup version of a lava lamp.
yeah,
You know, it's,
Ew.
you're looking
Good
at
idea. Badly executed.
Rorschach.
Yeah.
Just
So,
some
I mean-
water and a damp cloth, man. Like that's all it's gonna take.
yeah. Tiernan needs to watch some YouTube videos on how to do this makeup thing properly.
I'm sure there'd be some
Um,
water in the sewers he could use.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
right. And
God.
so as
I
we
do
head
have a water
down-
skin.
There's no time. As we kind of head off, Delgrim will be just continually trying to find some point of entry into these sewers. Then.
Okay, make a perception check for me as you guys make your way. Downtown?
Do I get one, or am I too preoccupied?
Up to you, John. I'll let you know.
I reckon I'd be too preoccupied.
Okay, I appreciate that. Delgrim?
17.
Oh. Okay. After walking maybe about sort of 5 or 6 minutes, you can see, sort of off to the side of the road, what appears to be, a large metal grate, which would probably indicate like where it's positioned. You know, obviously it's where a bunch of water and stuff would flow, which might indicate that it is some kind of lead down to sewers below.
Sweet, kicking that bad boy in. Follow me down to here.
Okay. You make a roar, kicking it in. Okay.
Just before he does that,
Yeah.
is the grate affixed to the thing, or is it actually embedded in the? Like, is it supposed to be accessible by maintenance crew and all?
It looks like it's probably big enough for someone, like for a human to fit down. Not a lot of wiggle room. Make a perception check for me as you sort of actually make an investigation check. That's probably more appropriate. Play the 10 in strengths.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
Hey.
Dirty 20. Okay.
Sewer 20.
Sewer 20.
Ah.
Poop 20.
Smeared makeup 20.
20,
Oh,
yeah.
no.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm trying to work out whether or not it's something that we could remove rather than try to kick in.
Yeah. As Delgrim gets ready to put the boot in, you quickly crouch down beside it and have a look. It looks like, with the help of your small companion shining a light down there as well, Blinky, you can actually see that it looks like the grate can probably be lifted up, and there are small rungs on the wall which provide sort of a ladder down into the sewage. So it does actually look like this is probably like an access point down to the sewers below.
I just say, hold up, Delgrim. I pull out my crowbar and lever it up.
Okay, and with that, it comes up very, very easily, giving you access to the sewers below.
Let's go.
I look forward to wandering around the sewers with you for the next 6 hours. It's going to be great.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
why did I get dressed up?
Oh, look, I mean, if you're gonna go into the sewers, you got to look
Go
classy for it,
spelunking,
right?
guys. It's fine.
That's fine.
And so I think, directionally so I've got this crack written down in my notes from a couple of sessions ago. Did we find that crack, or were we told about it? I don't quite recall.
You were taken there by
The kids, yeah.
shit, what was her name? You can-
I'm amazed. I'm amazed that you arrived at this. This is perfect for Delgrim.
Ori, this is where Ori actually brought you in through Ore Town, through
Town.
that crack to
Yeah.
get down into the undercaves originally.
Yeah.
So you guys get down into the sewers, and immediately you're sort of assailed by the unfortunate odors that linger down here.
I'm never going to get this smell out of the hat.
What the heck?
I grab one of my little ball bearings
Uh-huh.
and I do a couple of things. Just hold this underneath your nose, and I do one for myself, and it just starts to emit a sweet smell of cinnamon and apple.
Nice. Well played, sir. Well played. Which definitely helps with the smell. Now, how are you going to find your way out of here?
Vaguely. So Delgrim will have, I guess, like a rough idea of the direction that he's going to want to head in.
Yep.
But is in a sewer system for which he has absolutely no details. So it is
Yep.
going to be as directionally in that way as possible, and literally hoping for the best.
Yep.
Tiernan is going to first cast light on Blinky.
Yep.
And then he's going to look for any sort of markings that are on the wall that would be indications for workers or designers for directions as they walk through the sewers for maintenance purposes and so forth.
Okay.
He's assuming that they'd have some sort of code system or some sort of indication along that sort of thing.
All right. So what I would like you to do then with Delgrim leading the way and with Tiernan sort of trying to use this, like looking for extra sort of indicators and markings, Delgrim, you can make a survival check with advantage. Due to the help of Mr. Tiernan and Blinky's guiding light.
Glad that had advantage. It's still only 14.
Okay. You head off in what you feel is the right direction. The sewers, there's two small walkways on either side of the flow of water through the middle. The flow of water isn't terribly, it doesn't appear to be terribly deep or terribly fast. The walkways themselves are probably only about 5 feet wide. So you definitely got to go single file as you make your way through these sewers. And you feel like you're heading in the right direction. John. Dear sweet John, can you roll a d20 for me, please?
Ooh. Two. It's not a one.
Not a one. It's true. It's not a one.
Not a one.
Okay.
I'm on fire tonight.
Or not.
You
Everything else is.
You certainly are. I would like you to please both make perception checks for me.
11.
Does Blinky get
Probably not in this situation, no.
Okay, it's all right. I rolled 3.
3. Okay, excellent.
Going up. Progressively
Delgrim?
going up.
Yeah. 11.
11. Okay.
You know it's bad when the limbo song comes out.
He's currently looking for critters to
Well,
suddenly
you
start
know.
attacking it.
No.
If-
I don't.
If
I don't
Hamish
need
comes
to
up
look
with
for
a bad,
critters. I've already got it.
Checking a CR.
Yeah. So
how low will
Delgrim,
Hamish go?
you come around a corner, and
Lower the hit points.
you've encountered sort of bits of muck and stuff, on the walkways before. But as you come around this corner, you put your foot down. Something smells terrible. So I would like you to both please make Constitution saving throws. However, due to Tiernan's balls,
Yeah.
you can roll with advantage.
Tiernan's sweet smelling
Wow,
balls.
that's my sweet smelling balls of cinnamon and
Oh,
apples.
sweet Jesus.
Not a sentence.
Somebody
I
clip
was-
that, please.
Not a sentence
Oh.
I was expecting.
Someone clip Tiernan's... No.
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 They don't need
No.
clipping. They're also
Yeah.
suspiciously
Like that,
hairless.
Deliberately.
How would Miera know?
Dude, eye level.
What do we
Wait,
need to know, Miera
no.
and Tiernan? Come on now. This is an intervention.
So Delgrim, what was your Constitution saving throw with advantage?
7.
Oh, dude.
Mhm.
Tiernan?
21.
Oh.
Hey.
Delgrim, because you were in the lead, you step in something and you're hit with this overwhelming stench that even with the magical smell is overpowering. So you're now suffering from the poisoned condition.
Seems valid.
And let me see. Both of you notice at the last minute that there are these 2 patches of slime, which, as you've come around the corner, as you put your foot down, both of them start to move. So they didn't get surprise on you, but I do need both of you to please roll for initiative.
Four.
4?
Tables have turned. 17.
Yeah.
Now that I
No.
say that, it'll.
And I've got disadvantage in
so-
this entire situation.
So
along the way.
the things rolled a natural 20.
Mhm.
So before you sort of realize, so Delgrim, you are only poisoned for this turn.
Okay.
But you see suddenly this slime that's coating the ground in front of you. This pseudopod of like gunk rears up in front of you and tries to effectively just punch you. And oh dear, I rolled a natural 20.
That will hit.
So I need more dice. That's
Oh,
probably an
no.
ominous thing to say,
Oh.
isn't
Do
it?
you?
Yeah, that's a good sentence.
Question then: the temporary HP that Tiernan
That's what I'm
buffed me
about
with,
to have a look at.
how long did that last?
Yeah,
for?
good question.
What spell?
Well, the question is,
Shield.
how long has it been
Mm,
for us since
the fire started?
since the fire in the
Outer.
theater to getting
It's
Running
probably
away.
been over an hour at this stage.
okay? Then Blinky would no longer be in protection mode, but I have no idea if that. I will have a quick look to see how long the temporary hit points actually last for. I would assume it only lasts for.
Ah, yes. Welcome to D&D, when the numbers actually matter and suddenly the information is not.
Well,
going
I need a DM's ruling here,
Yep.
Hamish.
Yep.
Now, the description says that the Eldritch Cannon lasts for an hour.
Yep.
So that's when Blinky's in that mode.
Yep.
During that time, he can cast Protector, which grants temporary hit points.
Yep.
And he can do that whenever I use a bonus action. So
Okay,
how long
so-
does the Protector spell actually last for?
Well, let's check the protector spell.
It doesn't say. It doesn't actually have a duration.
Um,
So either it lasts for
the hour seems to make sense, I guess.
the hour or till the next rest. I don't know. That's up to you, man.
Boop, 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 boop. I would say probably an hour.
Okay.
Seems fair.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah. I'm just after.
Yeah. No,
Curious.
that's cool. So all right, Delgrim.
So we don't have the
Oh,
temporary anymore.
fuck. Okay. So luckily I didn't roll huge amounts, so that's
Oh, hang on.
fine. So that's 10 points of bludgeoning damage and 2 points of poisoning damage.
So as a dwerger, I have resistance to poison.
Excellent. So 1 point of poisoning damage. John, this other patch of slime oozes towards you, up out of the water, and also takes a swing. Oh, sweet damn. I need to use these dice more often. So that's a dirty 20 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 5 points of bludgeoning damage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and 6 points of poisoning damage.
Ooh.
You do notice, John, that it oozes up. It's very, very slow as it oozes up its way
Sorry.
towards you.
5 normal damage and how much poison?
What did I say? I think I said 6, did I?
That's what I was asking. So
Okay.
11 damage.
Sounds like you're in a crappy situation, guys.
Just don't get the shits with the DM.
Yeah, basically. You put
Hey,
yourself
hey, no poo flinging around here.
Look, they're
Take-
all
These
Takes two to
punch-
tango.
jerks. Just
So-
so.
Tiernan, it is your turn.
So it's in close combat, yeah?
Yep.
Okay. Tiernan's gonna reach out his glove
Yep.
and grasp onto the slime and cast Shocking Grasp.
Okay, is that an attack roll or a save?
Attack roll.
Okay.
24.
Yes, 24 definitely hits.
Well, you're in trouble.
For 1 lightning damage.
Oh,
Seriously.
Wow.
Perfect. Perfect.
Halflings
And
reroll
back.
ones. 10 and suddenly a halfling. Reroll 1.
any bonus actions, movement?
I will have Blinky do an attack. As soon as I work out how to open the damn thing. Oh, where are you? Not opening for me. I wrote. Trying to remember his stats. Apologies.
Dramatic pause.
Yeah. Sorry, it's just it's like they moved it. I'm unable to get the homunculus servant opened up on D&D Beyond. Okay, great. I will. Can we go on to Delgrim so we're not waiting? I'll pull this up.
Yep. Sure. Delgrim, what are you doing?
Swinging Hallow's Edge with a 22 to hit.
Okay, you're attacking the one that's taking you, or the one that's taking
Yeah, the one that's.
Okay.
Yeah, just
All right.
immediate retaliation.
damage away, my friend.
6 damage.
Okay. All right. You like the axe buries into this slime, almost hacking off the pseudopod that like attacked you, which essentially sort of explodes into the slimy liquid. Any bonus actions or movement?
No, none at all.
No?
Explodes as in it's dead.
Explodes as in like you've done damage to it, but this thing is
okay.
still alive. Like you've hacked off a chunk of it.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Hacking will continue.
Okay. All right. It is John, did you find it?
Yeah. It's
Okay.
just being a pain. Your attack modifier. All right, I'm just going to have to do that. $21 to hit.
Yep.
For a damage of 4 force
Nice.
damage.
Well done,
Okay.
Blinky.
Blinky blows a chunk of this slime into
There it is.
just blasts it off the side of it, smearing it across the wall. It is now Yeldy Slimy's turn, so it's going to have a crack. First one at Delgrim. Okay, all right, that's definitely a miss. I rolled a 3. So this time you're more prepared, Delgrim, and you're able to just fend off this slimy stuff that's trying to punch you. Tiernan. It's a 15 hit?
Nope.
Was that a no?
No, doesn't hit.
Okay, cool. Awesome. All right. So again, you're all the same. You managed to dodge out of the way of the pseudopod as it tries to have a crack at you. All right. Tiernan, you're back up.
How close are they to us? Like how close is Delgrim and I?
Well, like you're probably like almost back to back.
Oh, okay. So not side to side. Okay.
No, 'cause it's only the walkway's only 5 feet wide, remember?
Yes.
Unless you want to jump into the water.
Probably
Ruin your fine clothes.
yes. No, although being in a sewer probably doesn't help. Oh, I gotta remember about that. Okay, now I'll just take another attack.
Yep.
My
Okay,
shocking grasp.
Yep.
22
Yep. Hit.
for 1 lightning damage.
Okay.
I'm here all night.
Again, just like a small spark of electricity, like cascades across the surface of the slime. Yep. And Blinky.
Blinky. 17.
Yep.
Or 5 damage.
5. Okay. Nice. Yep. Blasts another chunk of this slime away. Delgrim.
Continuing the Act 3 with a 19 to hit.
That's a hit.
And plus 2, 6 damage.
6. Nice.
Slashing.
Okay. Again, you just like cleave off another chunk of this slime. It sort of thrashes about, and another pseudopod reaches up and tries to smash you in the side of the head. With a 19 to hit.
Oh.
Was that a yes?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. 6 points of bludgeoning and 1 point of poison damage. And Tiernan, similar for you. It's a 19 to hit.
That hits.
That's 5 points of bludgeoning and 2 points of poison damage. As these giant pools of slime just are swinging these big, gross pseudopods at you.
So that was 5 and a 2.
Yep. Tiernan, you're back up.
So what kind of damage is that?
Bludgeoning. And
No, I mean,
poison.
and poison. So that's not acid?
No.
Okay. Oh, sorry, it's my turn, sorry.
Yes, Tiernan.
Yeah, apology. Apologies. Okay, I am going to... Oh, this isn't looking too good. I'll try once more. Shocking grasp.
Okay, make your attack roll.
Nah, it's 9. I did.
That hits.
Oh, okay.
It's slime. So
Okay.
it's not-
It finally does some damage of 5.
Okay, excellent. All right, this time the electricity courses through it, making parts of it just sort of burst and explode. Yep.
Blinky targets the other one. 21 to
Yep.
hit with a damage of 3.
All right, so still attacking the same one.
Did that one go down?
No, it's not dead, but
Okay.
there's like you've
Then
done
yes.
significant damage. Yep.
Yes.
Okay, cool. And Delgrim,
10 to hit.
10 hits.
With 5 damage.
Okay. All right. Again, just hacking away at the slime, and there's bits of it flying everywhere. Slime just covering you guys, like Tiernan at this stage. Some of those lovely clothes are now got like bits of slime dribbling down them. It's hard to tell whether it's slime or the makeup at this stage. It can go either way. It's back around to their turns. At this stage, both of these slimes just start to ooze away from you two guys. So they'll actually disengage. And they very slowly just back into the water and vanishing slowly away from you.
Delgrim is taking that opportunity to bury one. Like he's not just going to let it go. It hurt him.
So it did disengage. So there is no attack
gotcha.
opportunity.
Yeah, missed that.
Yeah. But in saying that, like they've only gone about 20 feet. Like again, it's slime. It's just they're very slowly.
They're like loose bricks in the wall beside me.
Are there any? Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm totally tossing a brick just as it scoots off on the way out.
Well, Tiernan, you are first up. It's theoretically an initiative order, so.
I'm going to attempt to electrify the water with shocking grasp in the close vicinity.
There is no way this is going wrong.
Look,
great.
I'm going to be straight up. It's not going to work.
Okay, fair enough.
You mean there's not enough like ions in the water? It's not.
Yeah,
like,
because if we
Weight up the comedic value.
No, it's more because that then opens up the thing of if I lightning bolt a pool of water, does it act as a fireball? But then if I fireball a pool, and that just has a whole can of worms there.
Well, there's a reason why. There's a reason why Tiernan didn't fire any fire, and he's in the sewer. He is knowledgeable enough not to do that.
Valid.
No,
All
that's
right.
fine. That's fine.
Yep. Okay. So, Delgrim, if you want to throw your brick, improvised weapon, absolutely.
It's a 10.
That's a 10. 10 hits. Roll a d4 and halve it and add your strength bonus.
What the fucking hang on. Sure.
Roll a d4, halve it, and add your Okay. Yep.
Sure. You know what? Now you get to wait. Happening.
Oh.
3.
3. Okay, cool. All right. You pull a brick out of the wall and just peg it at one of these bits of slime, and it just passes through like one of sort of that like a part of it which is sort of moving up above the water, smearing slime everywhere. The thing still seems to be alive, but you guys watch as they just sort of go with the flow of the water and ooze off down into the darkness.
I would think that Blinky would be a bit annoyed and try to just take some pot shots at him in the water, though.
Like there's you watch as Blinky is just like.
No, he's not going to hit. He's just annoyed.
Yeah.
How rough is Delgrim looking at this point?
Yeah, he's alright. He's fine.
Well, Tiernan's looking very rough, so he's going to touch his hand, bring his hand to his hip where his pistol is located, and Delgrim, you notice him flick off a couple of switches, and a pulse of energy seems to radiate through his armor and down his leggings, and I cast Cure Wounds on myself.
Okay, all right, nice.
12.
Oh, excellent.
That was max. Nice.
Hey, I'm the healer. Stay in your lane, buddy.
I was waiting for that.
So you guys continue onwards. I would like you to just please make one more survival roll with advantage again for me, please, Delgrim. As you guys,
Can I assist him?
Well, hence why I said advantage.
Okay.
Because I'm assuming you're just doing the same thing as before.
21.
21. Okay. After probably about an hour of twists and turns, the occasional dead end, you find another one of those small ladders going up, and you're pretty confident at this point in time that you're outside the Dragon's Heart. Probably not a lot, but you're definitely not in that district anymore.
Brilliant.
Let's get out of here. Do we want to pop our heads up before we jump out?
With all of that stuff on your face, I suggested not to be your head that pop up, but yes, I will have a look.
Yeah, some poor 5-year-old. So Delgrim, you clamber up, and there's another similar sort of grate as there was the last time. Can you make a perception check for me, please?
Yes, certainly. 20, dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay. You can't see a lot from where you are, but listening, you can hear off in the distance the sound of like voices, probably like a crowd you would hear way off in the distance. But nearby, you can't hear anything. It doesn't sound like it's wherever you guys are, wherever you guys are going to pop up. Can't hear anyone directly around.
Okay, I think it's safe. Come, Tiernan, let us go.
Okay, Tiernan's going to follow him out.
You open up the grate and sort of pop your head up, and you can actually see that you are just on the outside of the wall of the Dragon's Heart. Looking around, you're not super familiar with where in Harrow you are, however. There's a number of buildings which don't look familiar to you at all. A number of them are actually probably larger. There's a few which almost look like warehouses or storage houses and similar.
Delgrim, do we know where we are in relationship to the main gate?
I don't see the gate from here, no.
Do you think it's
I don't
north,
think it's
south?
wise to walk around the wall.
No. I agree.
Can I
100%.
Can I see smoke plumes from within the Dragon's Heart?
Make a.
I've got an idea.
Yeah.
Blinky.
Awesome.
Two buildings on fire.
Blinky, float up, straight up, and tell us which direction the main gate is in. It's still dark, I'm assuming, isn't it?
It is, and it's particularly dark this part of the town. Like, unlike in the Dragon's Heart where there were like roadside lamps and stuff, there's nothing like that around here. Blinky
I turn
kind
light
of
off first, though.
Blinky kind of like pauses, and gives you what you understand as kind of a confused look.
Just float up and tell us if you can see the main gate from here.
Again, there's sort of like Blinky starts to float up and then floats back down again and kind of gets up really close to you and like blinks twice.
Oh dear. Okay. Do we want to just walk through the warehouses and try to stick near the wall so we can find where the main road is?
Yes, we'll try and find some kind of landmark or sense of direction and go from there.
Sounds good. Trying to not be noticeable, obviously.
So with that, you guys venture out from the sewers, stinky, sort of slime covered, into an unknown part of Harrow.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to quickly scoot back to the other guys. Now, basically at this stage, you have been escorted to that room, given any food or drink that you would like. Firstly, is there anything that Rowan and Miera and Grumpfel want to do? And then secondly, will be the question for Rowan, which is 4 hours is going to run out.
Whose bed you sharing?
But firstly, Miera and Grumpfel.
Is there a window in the room?
Yep, there is. Yep.
Is it open? I want to go over and see if I can open the window.
Yeah, you can open it. Yep. There's a slight, and it's late summer, edging into spring now at this stage, I think. Autumn, I mean. It's a very slight cool breeze, and actually you can probably get just the slightest smell of smoke.
Mira's just gonna pause at the window and just stand there. I think she's probably in a bit of shock and denial at this point, and is starting to become a bit despondent because she doesn't want to stay there. She wants to go back to Dulcimer's Tower.
Grumpfel?
Nothing immediately comes to mind for outside of the room. Inside of the room, I want to make sure that there are provisions for bedding, ablutions,
Yep.
that sort of thing. If there's a privy, cool. If there is just a chamber pot, look for something to screen it off.
There's actually like a small privacy screen in the room. Yeah.
Yeah, there's not much more. The guards. So we were escorted to the room.
Yep.
The two guards. Just want to remember what they look like.
Yep. Both human. One's slightly older, balding, a very sort of thickly creased face and well tanned. The other one is a lot younger, probably late teens. But still, he doesn't seems competent with what he's doing.
If we need to get a message to the ladies, Alton, to whom do we ask? Yourself or for another?
The older guard says, just give us the message. We'll make sure it gets through to the ladies.
Yes. And sorry, what was your name, my good sir?
I'm Dom.
John.
Yep. And the other one says, I'm Rickard.
Rickard. My name is Grumpfel. It's a pleasure to meet you.
And they both just sort of give you a brief nod. And Dom says, if there's anything that you need, just ask and we'll get that organised for you.
So did you say it said Don or John?
Dom. D-O-M.
Dom. Okay, so I thought you said John for a second.
Yeah.
Did want to name it John, jeez.
I'd make an NPC called John and then kill him.
In awful
Alright,
ways.
too far, in awful ways.
That's why I just keep coming back, don't I?
Yeah. Okay. So is there anything that you guys want to do?
Sorry, that's the guard asking us, or
No. That's me asking you guys.
No, we are in a position to wait.
Okay.
I hear setting things on fire works rather well.
Yes. So Rowan, of course, you have heard most of what has gone on here.
Technically, according to all the descriptions, all of it.
So it would get to the point where you would be able to identify that the other two were in the room and sort of settled in. And that probably at this stage you've probably been in the ring maybe 2 to 3 hours.
Yeah, I think once I think that the doors are shut, the guards aren't going to be coming in immediately. Everything sort of seems settled, for want of a better word.
Yep.
You're gonna feel a slight downward tug, Grumpfel, on the pocket that the ring is in. And then Rowan is standing next to you. And she's got her hand out can I have it back, please?
Grumpfel's going to be like, oh, hey, how you doing? No, I'm kidding. He will reach into the belt and pull out the ring and hand it back.
She just slides it back onto her finger. Now, I'm going to assume... And she's whispering at this point, but I can't whisper and do this accent at the same time, so we're just going to go with the normal volume because it's...
An intriguing trick you do, and should you need to do it again, you can hide behind that screen. That's why I was ensuring that we had something for prying, to keep away from prying eyes, because they don't know you're here. I don't know how you did that, but if they see you here, it makes us look suspicious.
I'm aware. Sorry, I heard all the conversations.
It is nice to have you back.
Just thought it was easier than trying to fit 3 of us in that trunk.
Absolutely, it was squashy for 2.
Are you alright, Miera? She's like, I assume you're still staring out the window, so...
Yeah. Miera won't reply. She's just, gone for now.
She's gonna, like, walk up to you and tap you on the shoulder. Just in a halfling to halfling kind of way.
I'll turn and just like... I don't even
it's
register that it's your back.
Yeah. I know it's weird, and I know you don't want to be here. But I think one night isn't gonna hurt us, and it's gonna mean that the dust has settled, and then we don't have to be here anymore. We can go back to whatever we were doing, right? Like, she's doing it in that very like, it's okay, we're good. Just one night and we're gone. Like, you're fine. You're good.
Miera will just kind of like nod and turn back to the window.
Grumpfel, I think it's I don't know that there's a lot that we can do from here, but what's the plan tomorrow? I mean, other than waiting, did you have a plan?
Grumpfel's within hearing distance of this, of course.
I'd assume so. She's not...
Yeah.
She's whispering, but she's doing, like... You know how someone can whisper but still get themselves to be...
Yeah.
Like, she's...
He's kind of judging not only location, but intimacy of the conversation, right? Like, all right, they're talking, I'll just sort of be over here.
She's like turned back to you to talk to you.
Oh, okay.
To ask if there was a plan, yeah.
We're not sure where Tiernan and Delgrim are. I'm not sure how much of the conversation with Lady Zoltan you heard, but they seem to have a way that we might be able to get a message to them somehow. They said something about sending, and based on where they've found themselves, we then decide what happens with ourselves next.
She's going to walk right up to Grumpfel to have this as a private 2-person conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Miera doesn't want to stay here. We can probably get her to stay one night, but I don't know that we can stay longer than that. So
no, I think that it is best that I think the protection and safety of the Altons, and I believe it to be genuine, I think will only last the night. I think though they may still have a genuine want to help, I think we risk endangering them staying longer than this night.
If he's coming down from Deep Cove, I don't want us to go back to Greenfield. I don't care about them so much. But there are other towns in the area that have just as much of a problem as Greenfield's about to have.
We care for Greenfield, but others have more care in our hearts than Greenfield. Wait, I think then that came out wrong. We care more for others and other locations than Greenfield as much as we care for them. I am tired. It has been a long evening.
It's fine. You sleep. You both... She raises her voice to catch Miera. You both sleep. It's a good plan.
So Grumpfel will look for bedding, look for the lesser comfortable of what's there to leave the comfort for Miera and Rowan. And he'll find somewhere, even if there's nothing other than 2, he'll find a couch or a chair or something.
There's a large, comfortable chair, fairly sort of ornate, but still the kind of chair, especially because it's human-sized, with a blanket and stuff. Yeah, you could sort of set up fairly comfortably.
So footstool or an ottoman or something, he can just sort of kind of put them together and make almost a cot.
Easy.
Chaise long. Or chaise short for not so tall folk.
Chaise lounge. SazTheMeeple.
Okay. So with that, the
Rowan's
three of you.
gonna like hide herself so that if someone opened the door, she's not ta-da, an extra person that they've never met in the middle of the room.
Yep.
So be that behind a privacy screen, be that under a bed, be that whatever makes the most cognizant sense.
Yeah. You there would be, easy to find a spot. Yep.
She's 3 foot. She's 3'4" or something. Like she's not gonna take up that much space. She'll be fine.
There would be if you wanted, there would be a wardrobe in here. Like you could even set up like in the bottom of a wardrobe.
Sure, love that.
No?
Let's do that.
Yeah.
Let's do that. That's great. I'm
Okay.
keeping that. Absolutely.
Excellent. Okay.
And Miera is not going to sleep. She's just going to stare at the window. She's clinging onto the windowsill. You could see like her little hands like into the windowsill, and she's just in her head. She's just kind of running through absolutely every conversation that she'd had with Aloysius and with Bex and the whole group, and it's just like going round in her head.
Okay. So we'll fade away from our three companions there and focus back on Tiernan and Delgrim.
Stinky boys.
Yeah, no. Stinky, Smelgrim, and Tiernan.
Smelgrim.
And Tiernan and Stinky.
Wow.
Sorry, I've been sitting on that a little bit.
So I'm assuming that the two of you are attempting to be stealthy.
Yeah, and trying to. I'm assuming. Will we go into the Dulcimer's tail or trying to make ourselves to the Veil way?
I think the Veil way.
Okay.
Yeah. That's a safer location, I think, than the Dulcimer's tail.
We do not want to go to Dulcimer's tail, where terrorists were based. It's a bad idea.
Who did they kill again? Some Beckfords? Who are they?
Visiting noble, I think it was, which seems like the kind of thing that will create much problems for this place.
Wow, Miera really needs to pick her friends a little bit better.
Can I get you guys to please make stealth rolls for me as you make your way through the town? And also, who is leading this little expedition?
How's your sense of direction, Delgrim?
Great. My sense of direction is wonderful.
Okay, then Tiernan's isn't so great, so he would,
So stealth checks first. What did you guys get?
Nat 20.
Nice.
Yeah, 20.
Really? Nat 20, 24.
Wow. Okay, so you guys.
Bam.
Yeah.
Look, you with all the
Rowan.
with all you guys the sneaking that you've been doing, and also with the built-in camouflage from all the slime and goop, you are but shadows in the night.
Or piles of slime in the gutter.
Piles of slime in the gutter.
Either.
Delgrim, can you make a survival check for me, please?
Sure.
As you try and navigate your way through the town.
Okay, that's not as good. That's 9. Sorry, 14.
14. That's fine. You using the night sky, you kind of get a bearings for your north.
Locations.
a rough idea of sort of where you might be in the town, and start heading off in the appropriate direction that you think is towards where the Veilway is. And then after walking for about half an hour, you find yourselves in parts of Ortown, which is where Ori took you through when you were originally coming this way.
Mm-hmm.
It's now silent. During the day, there was the sound of blacksmiths' hammers, people working, bellows and fires blazing. But this evening, as it is later, it is comparatively quiet. There's very few people out and about on the streets. However, as you make your way more towards sort of the merchant quarter, where the Veilway was, there are more people. Not huge numbers, again, because of the time of the night. But you do see a couple of patrols of Earthbreaker brigades. 8 gnomes, 9 altogether, looks like they've got a sergeant with them as well, patrolling through the streets, seemingly very vigilant at the moment. However, the two of you easily managed to avoid any detection. And finally, after some time, find yourselves sort of about, 2 or 3 houses or buildings down from the Veilway. Not a lot of noise is coming from inside. Again, it's very late in the evening at this stage. The lights inside are still on. But yeah.
Okay. I think Delgrim's plan, unless Tiernan has something else in mind, is he's hoping that anyone who recognized them would only do so from the Dulcimer's tale and from the more recent nights of interaction, and he's hoping they can lay low.
Tiernan is tired. It's been a long day. He's very eager for his bed, so he's going to try to pretend to be the roles that we had already discussed. One bodyguard and one noble now covered in slime and God knows what else.
You're going to do that at the place we already have rooms in? Are we going to get new rooms? Is these new identities?
Oh, no, he's not going to go that far.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah,
Just on the road until he's
gotcha.
into the building.
Yeah.
It's going to be immediately dropped.
Wonderful.
Okay, you guys make your way down the road, being careful, through the front door of the Veilway, into the massive common room, which you can see now is fairly sparsely populated. There are a couple of people sitting at some tables, most of who don't look up towards you, and you can see there's a couple of older men just sort of nursing drinks and talking quietly, and you can see another table's got 4 individuals sitting at it now, looking like they're sort of fairly involved and focused on a card game. You can see behind the bar Reardon and Dello, the 2 humans, the 2 gentlemen who run the place. You can see they're sitting fairly close together, obviously, in sort of some conversation. Reardon glances up when he sees the 2 of you. Slightly quizzical look when he sees you, Tiernan.
Do not ask. Just where is the bath?
The quizzical look on Reardon's face changes to a smile. And he's like, "Oh, I've been in your shoes before, sir. Look, we can run you. We can get a nice bath sorted. It's a bit late. It might take us a while to get the hot water sorted because we've sort of mostly closed down most of that for the moment. But patrons here before. I'm sure we can organise something."
I do apologise for the lateness, but yes, I will most definitely need a bath and before bed. Delgrim, I recommend one.
Yes, I'm not trying to be rude, but the smell. I'm not sure what the 2 of you've been up to. He sort of looks at both of you and again, sort of some of the grime and stuff on your clothes. It's like, but yeah, I'm not sure. But have the 2 of you? Have you heard, or have you seen what's been going on in the Dragon's Heart?
No, pray tell. What has happened?
Oh, well, I mean, look, he sort of gestures you over, sort of conspiratorious. He's like, sort of gestures to a couple of seats at the bar, and waits for you guys to come over before sort of leaning in. And you can see Dello, his partner, kind of roll his eyes slightly as he goes down the other end and starts sort of cleaning up some dirty glasses and mugs. And Reardon leans in close and he says, "Wow, I mean, it sounds like there was some kind of terrible attack that happened in the Dragon's Heart at the Worm Shadow Theatre. I don't really know what's happened because, I mean, it was all rich people and stuff like that. But, I mean, you can see the smoke and the fire and there was talk of like a chase through the town of a bunch of people, and it was all very, very dramatic and quite exciting. We haven't had anything like this in Harrow like that, especially when it comes to like the heart and the people who live there. They're also hoity-toity and stuff. I don't know. I mean,
Tiernan's going to feign innocence and go, an attack? But was it nobles attacking each other, or is it other outside forces? What are you talking about?
Oh, gosh, I don't. I mean, I have no idea. Like I said, it's hard to really know. I mean, most of the conversations just come from people who saw these colourful wagons racing through the town and Earthbreakers chasing them, and even some of the Malagarth's private guard have been around, and there's lots of soldiers on the streets. It's all. I mean, I'm hoping. I mean, have you two heard anything? You've been out and about.
These wagons, where did they go?
Oh, I don't know. It was all I know is there was some big dramatic chase, and they left the town, I suppose.
Oh, well, we weren't tied up in any of that. Our misadventures is, let me just say, never trust a bard.
Never trust a bard?
Hmm.
And those bards, they can. I mean, but this slime? I mean, there's a story there, surely. Surely.
Too long to tell, and quite frankly, you'd need to get a few into me before I even broach the subject.
And also, to be fair, you smell really bad.
Yes.
If there were more people around, we'd probably want. But look, Dello was getting the bath sorted. Can I get you any food or anything like that? Maybe a warm drink, a mulled cider or something like that, just for, I don't know.
Delgrim, you hungry at all?
I don't think I can eat until this is off me.
Yeah,
I don't want to taste it with food and drink.
Ryan gives us a laugh because yes, look, again, absolutely a fair call. Absolutely fair call. Look, if you guys want to go up to one of the rooms, I can send Nathaniel up to you when a bath is ready.
Appreciate
Fabulous.
It. Thank you.
But let us know if you hear anything else. I'm always interested in what's going on in the vicinity.
Oh, look, absolutely. I mean, I love a little gossip personally. Like I said, we don't get a lot of interesting stuff when it comes to that part of the town. And look, he sort of looks around again. It's like, between you and me, kind of, some of the people up there kind of deserve something bad happening to them. But not that you heard that from me, of course. But I'm just saying, hypothetically, if something horrible was to happen to some of the people in that part of the town, maybe it wouldn't be such a bad thing. But anyway,
the word.
Gives you a couple of keys. It says 5 silver per room. And like I said, we'll call you when a bath is ready.
Sounds marvelous.
Okay. So with that, you guys retire up to your rooms. About half an hour later, you both get advised of a bath.
Tiernan would also ask about cleaning services for clothes.
Yep. Yeah, they're able to do probably. They'd be cleaned in the morning.
Yeah.
Like it's a bit late to do that now.
Delgrim's just going to clean his in the bath.
Yeah.
No, Tiernan's got an idea. He just wants the brand new clothes cleaned.
Yeah. So with that, you guys get yourselves sorted, retire for the night. And as Tiernan and Delgrim fall asleep in the Veilway, off in the Alton's manor, Rowan and Grumpfel also find sleep. However, it leaves Miera, the lone member of the group, standing at the window, staring into the night, pondering on the events that have occurred over the last day. And that is where we'll wrap it up.
One tear rolls
One
down.
tear.
Aww.
One tear.
Whatever, choose better
God.
friends.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Shots fired.
Wow.
Oh.
Wow.
Rethinking
Get-
everything.
Get the emotional moment, and then Delgrim's just like, nice, Delgrim not care about friends.
I was just saying,
Delgrim.
get rid of
We-
friends, so get rid of us. That's the vibe you're going for right now. Wow.
Have you met us? Yes.
I bet
Get rid of
you,
us.
yeah.
We are literally the scapegoat in a civil war, people.
Yeah. I'm just gonna keep disappearing for a bit. I think this
Yeah,
is
Delgrim's
working
just,
well for me.
Rowan's just like, no, just
I'm out. Like,
Wow.
and,
Done.
and next
Fuck it.
next time, Grumpfel, just yeet me over a fence, just somewhere. Just like chuck me as far as you can, and
Wow, that could be interesting. Anyway,
Beautiful.
I would like to say thank you very much to you guys, the players, for your patience tonight. Having two groups that have gone off in different directions. I know it's very hard when you're not actively involved in stuff, so I very much appreciate your patience while I've been trying to juggle backwards and forwards and making sure everyone's sort of involved.
It was good, mate. We did well. You've done well. I think.
Yeah.
I think
It was entertaining.
It worked.
I was to say, well
Well
done
done.
you for like keeping track of timings and swapping and doing all of the things.
Oh.
I think that's actually more commendable than us just being like, oh, it's not my turn. Great.
Well,
Or in my case, oh, I'm in the ring. Okay, great.
Oh,
yeah. She's just in there with playing,
Yeah.
playing
Ron's
cards by herself.
listening out with
Got
one
a
ear,
Switch out. She's playing Switch. She's
looking at the
just
books.
chilling.
Red.
Popcorn.
I'm not gonna lie. I love the description of what like where I've gone is like, it's a 20-foot radius cylinder, 20 feet high, and is appointed with cushions and low tables and is a comfortable temperature. I don't know why I would leave.
Yeah.
Frankly.
Yeah.
And they're playing
You get
solitaire.
kicked out after 4 hours.
Speed there.
Sounds
Yeah,
great.
give it time. Give it time.
Yeah.
We'll fix that problem. Just-
Oh,
But what's the
The-
turnaround? Do you get kicked out after 4 hours? Can you go straight back in? In which case, it's just a breath of fresh air, and then you go back in.
Still
The
4
important
hours of
question.
of like, oh, combat? Nah.
The important question is whether or not you can store stuff in there.
Mm.
That is a question for not now.
no, that
Rowan
is,
needs to pay a bill. Oop, into the ring.
Wow.
how
wow.
many sparkle cookie could you fit in there?
So as per tradition, let's do a whip around of favorite parts for the evening. Volunteer to kick us off.
I really appreciated like the little like it happened across everybody at different points, but like the little details that people added in that like they're not the necessary ones, but they're the world building ones. Like
The flavor.
John going, oh, does it? Okay, my thing has a hood because I would be hiding my face because I've tried to paint myself with ridiculous amounts of makeup. Like, the little details of like what people were wearing or what people were doing and those kinds of things. I really appreciated just the little bits that people added today,
Awesome.
more so than previously.
John's makeup bit was what did it for me tonight. It was such a cool idea, and I am so sad
glad
for
it-
you.
No, I'm
that
so glad it
didn't
failed.
turn out.
That's
But
a
then I was-
great
yeah,
idea.
But then I was
Screw you.
immediately made happy when it went as badly as it
Yeah.
did. It was just
Yeah.
amazing.
Even had Hamish gone,
Yeah.
I love where you're going with it. Great
Yeah.
idea.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Great
Oh,
idea.
Fantastic. Thanks for being creative, Dice. Fuck you.
Boom.
But it's like if someone sat me down at a desk and went, here's a whole lot of makeup, do make yourself look different. I'd be like, I don't know where to start. What do I do with this stuff?
I don't know how I got these scars.
But yeah.
But my favorite moment was actually just when all the little extra information which was being dropped by yourself, Ham, regarding the implications of the Beckfords dying, because it was happening with the other three, and the other three could be hearing it, and Delgrim and I got the chance to sit back and just listen. I'm sitting there joining the dots and going, oh shit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, oh my god. And then I'm thinking, yes, Aloysius, he's what exactly, a friend?
Well,
Guerrilla fighter.
Guerrilla warfare, yeah.
Yeah.
But the other
World
one,
ender.
the other bit I thoroughly liked was he made a comment about the room being a privy. And then Delgrim goes, the sewers! And he linked one comment from sessions ago, which is at least 2 months now.
You can thank Heath
Sewers!
for that. So I was looking for the names of who we're talking to in that session that Grumpfel was stretching for, and I come across this line about this crack in the sewers between the Dragonheart and Ortown, and I was like, oh my god, this is how we get out.
And so
And it was phenomenal because I'm sitting there and I'm like, Tiernan's gone, of course, why didn't we think about this before?
And so the two parts for me with that were, I had decided that door was to a privy before you even talked about setting stuff on fire. So it wasn't a ha fuck you. It was just like a well, let's leave that up to the fate of the dice to see whether or not you notice it's a privy before you torch the place. But the sewer stuff, was really, really, really clever because the town doesn't have sewers everywhere. In fact, the Dragonheart's one of the few places, and basically everything just kind of flows out of the Dragon's Heart elsewhere. Yeah, because it's like the rich people don't want to deal with the shit, but they don't care if it goes and soils the rest of the town.
Yeah, makes sense.
So that was, and the fact that, again, like you said, you remembered that, but from Heath's prompting and stuff was cool. What about you, Mr. Heath?
There was some very cool little moments seeded right throughout tonight's game. A little like Rowan with the ring and Grumpfel, from the look, knew not how it worked, but knew what would happen and just went, okay, cool, I'm on board with this. Because, the dots were joined very quickly out of necessity. And it was like, cool. And then, I need to make sure this is okay. Boom. The little trader's thieves' hole in the belt. Let's, that's all sorted. Miera, with though she really does not like the Altons, rather than take a personal grudge, went, I need to make this work so that we're all out of this okay. So that was good role play. That was like, instead of like, haha, I just want to watch the world burn. It's like, all right, I don't like you, but I'm going to use this situation to not only get myself out, but others out, which is good. Promethean and Delgrim and Tiernan's interaction with the Mission Impossible sort of thing was leading in towards the manor even before we got to let's burn this place down. The little Mission Impossible thing was just brilliant, with the icing on the cake of locking the already unlocked door. That was a lot of fun. I very much enjoyed
so typical
that.
Tiernan though. Getting to look at the door.
Yes.
And that's it wasn't me trying to be an asshole, but it was like, look, people in the Dragon's Heart, like it's this gated community. They're not worried about locking their front doors, because if someone tries to break in, they just get killed. It's like, this is not a thing that's a worry for them. So of course they're not going to have the front door locked. Does Tiernan check it? Oh,
nope.
Which is awesome, which is brilliant. So yeah, no, awesome. Cass.
I think, I really did appreciate Tiernan's makeup act. That was brilliant. I also appreciated the whole Delgrim just setting fire to the house, just, why not?
Because
I'm not really sure how it helped, but it's on fire now, so that's good.
I was expecting to need a distraction, and I suspect it's old mate's house who's in charge of the place. So,
and I think also Grumpfel, just with his little tiny nuggets of wisdom that pop out, and his sayings, it always impresses me. They're always great.
No.
So
how is Miera holding up though?
She's not doing well.
No. Which this is going to sound terrible, which I love. I love a little bit of.
You're a horrible man.
It's good. It's good character tangent.
as someone who has played a character who capital WT went through it, good. It's good. It gives us something to play
It's
with
gritty
later,
Yes.
and it's good.
Yeah.
Makes you not want to trust anyone.
Yes.
Um,
Miera, the sweetest little jaded halfling.
Yeah.
Miera was the sweetest halfling.
Mine now.
You're gonna be
So
desperate to
Saz-
get it though.
So hold on. So Saz in the chat says that she wanted a semi-dark campaign, and I want it already. I'm sorry, but is not like terrorism and
Sorry.
horrible
Yeah,
thing.
Pam blew up a theater.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I
Ah.
Well, yeah. Like
I'm
Oh,
kind
no.
of concerned about what Saz's idea of semi-dark now is. I'm like, I thought maybe that was potentially maybe going a bit far, but
They're asshole.
So what?
Don't
So
care
what?
about anyone else.
We want
They mean nothing.
radiant radiant shadows
shadows.
radio shadows. Yes, that's right, radio shadows.
Shadow.
We want radiant shadows to be more Curse of Strahd. So instead of Harrow, we're now Harrovia.
Not Harrow, now harrowing. It's fine.
Harrovia.
Oh God, 1, 2.
well, look, I mean, that's what you guys want. I mean, I can.
Hey, look, the dogs of war have been let loose.
Look, this
essentially.
is,
We're-
and that's just it. Like,
To be fair, if you're talking about the dogs of war, I think we're all fluffy Pomeranians right now.
Radical darkness. There it is. There it is.
radical
okay.
darkness. Yeah.
excellent.
I
No.
honestly thought Delgrim and I were in more trouble than the other three. But
Hard same.
I actually think the other three are in more trouble now than we were.
Oh,
they'll
look,
be fine.
not giving the DM ideas. I'm expecting guards to kick the door in. I'm expecting Miera to make a hasty getaway out through the window. I'm expecting.
Why do you think I'm in a cupboard? Come on now.
I did the best I could. You know.
Look, I mean, welcome to a society where, you know, sometimes the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and you just you do what you need to do to get by. And like with the Altons, they were like, hey, we went in with the Malagas because that was the only way for our family to really do well. And now, well, shithouse. And we've got you guys, and, you know, you helped us out. We feel like we should help you out as well. But also we need to be careful.
Quid pro quo is a dangerous thing
Yeah.
because you've got to have the pro quo with the quid.
So, you know, there is a tenuous alliance
Oh.
there. And
Grumpfel, Miera will miss you the most.
Oh,
Grumpfel's sitting on the.
You'll miss Blinky the most. Let's be realistic.
Grumpfel's sitting on this great idea that when the opportunity presents itself, if they say, "Oh, we're going to send a couple of messengers to look for what's her name, Valenta, Grumpfel's going to say, give us some uniforms. We'll be the messengers.
look, you know,
I'll take that
get a
performance
real
check.
job.
I'll take that performance check. Absolutely. I'll be the face. Sure.
Will you though, or will you just blink into the ring again?
wow.
Oops, life got too hard.
I mean, fine. I won't use all my warlock charisma perks. Fine, I'll just go.
No, it was a good play, saving space on the card and doing cool little spy stuff. That was another little favorite.
But here's the funny
It's
thing:
clever.
no one has actually seen Rowan.
Nope.
With us at all.
Yeah, correct.
No,
With
and that's why I
anything.
did it.
Yes.
So she's
correct.
technically
I don't exist.
That's right.
You're the secret piece.
That's right.
And this all circles back to fear again. Rowan doesn't exist. She's a ghost. 'Cause who else have seen her apart from us?
Yeah, look, interesting.
We're the only
Seeing
ones.
new things.
Oh god, the sixth sense to me.
Maybe that's why I don't like Larry.
Oh.
Dun, dun, dun.
Well, I'm just having a look through chat to see if there are any other.
The only other ones was the old lady hit a little hard, but was a great part. But also, we had a moment of someone pointing something out of them under the bed, specifically.
Yeah.
Just Tiernan and Delgrim hiding under the bed, just as an image.
Was your go-to?
And also me singing stuff on mute because I refused to.
That was good.
I was just like, no, I'll sing all the songs, but you can't hear me do it because them's the rules.
Well, For everyone who's lurking in the chat and stuff, thank you so much for hanging out tonight. It's always super, super appreciated. It always amazes me that people choose to come and listen and watch our little story that we're weaving, and we hope that you keep doing it because having fun is
I'll
awesome.
say that loudly, Saz, for you. John forgot to mention that they restocked all of the Meeples and Dragons glasses this week. So if you're waiting for something that was out of stock, like all the GM stuff, make sure you go grab one. I have the Bardic stuff because hi, have you met me? But
I'm terrible with spruiking.
that's right.
I even
That's
asked.
why I'll do it for Saz instead. That's all
I
good.
should know. I spend all the time cleaning the damn things and boxing them.
Does anybody? I mean, I assume we're about to go for a wander somewhere else.
I think.
Can I just shamelessly promote a thing that I should probably promote for Monday? Because on Monday, and then I think on Thursday, but I'll demi-promote that, I guess. Monday night, I'm over on Corsair's Cove. We're playing some more Teens in Space! So it is the return of Mandy, whose name is Uzi Mandias, because I am terrible. And so we are playing Teens in Space. It's a bunch of wonderful people over on Corsair's Cove. Monday night, I believe it's 7 p.m. Australian Western Standard Time, so late for those on the East Coast. And then TB Absolute C, but I think I am on Fate's Grip for Thursdays on Thursday.
Don't get ahead of yourself. We'll go chronologically. Monday, Corsair's Cove.
Monday's Corsair's Cove.
Kate O'Sullivan. Tuesday, this guy's going to be on Winter's Tales for the last one shot.
Yes.
Trying to raise some funds to send AJ to Gen Con.
They're live at the moment, guys, if you are interested. We're not going there, but they are live.
Thursdays. If it's the one I'm thinking of, that's going to be heaps of fun. Friday.
I believe that's the plan. It's what Em and I had discussed, but if it doesn't happen this week, it'll happen not too distant future.
I can't wait. Friday on Fate's Group channel. It's Fate's Group here on Twitch. A brand new campaign will start that I get to play in, and I'm very, very excited about. Emily's going to be running a campaign over at Fate's Grip. It's been in the works for quite a while. We've got character art, we've got style, we've got flair, and we will be there. And it's going to be.
Oh my god! You did not just.
I'm not. I want to sing it so bad. It's not fair.
I live to try and troll Kate into singing outside of the 250 subscriber threshold.
If you want to see me sing, Promethean, you'll have to come to my Fringe show in October.
Oh wow, nice.
And I will. Oh, I will. Also, one more thing from my side is Sunday, not tomorrow, but next Sunday, will be the second session of the Sword of the Skulls, my campaign on the OzQuest channel. It's all happening. And
if we're feature promoting sometime this month, and I can't remember the exact date because I don't have it immediately to hand, over on That's How We Roll, we are releasing Shakespeare, which is Hamlet.
Yes.
Done by a bunch of international performing humans, including this freaking idiot, who decided to agree to do Shakespeare on the internet with people. We recorded a whole bunch of it the other day. We're recording the rest of it this weekend, coming. It's great. Everyone's so good. I am a potato. It's fine. Everything's good. Like, people are very nice, but you should watch that because Shakespeare is good. You don't have to agree with me if high school ruined it for you, but this Shakespeare is good.
Yep, and
you can come twice a week to troll John and Saz in chat while they play video games here on Meeples and Dragons, just while we're plugging every channel on the face.
I'm also going to be on a one shot tomorrow at 1 p.m. on Dungeons and Dragons Australia.
Wow. Holy shit!
It's crazy.
You know what we'll do? We'll put a tweet / something out with all of this in it because
where you can find the Radiant Shadow Crew
newsletter.
I will.
Listen, don't turn the internet off because we're everywhere.
I will help. I
suddenly
together with everything on it.
But like a plague.
I suddenly feel underdressed for this occasion.
We need to also, Saz, you and I need to have further conversations about that other idea that we've got brewing in the background too.
What?
Things, fun, shenanigans.
Because look,
fading into the background here.
No. Trust me, we will grab you.
Don't worry, we'll drag you over.
Oh yeah. Watch the space.
Dragon.
Maybe there might be maybe there might be some Radiant Shadows adjacent stuff coming down the track.
What?
But yeah, Saz and I have been having talks about. I don't know. Do I say anything at all? Do I even? Yeah. So we've had an idea that because we play every 2 weeks, which means that there's 1 week where you guys don't get to see how amazing we are. But we've discussed having like a sort of an off session. Let's have a conversation about the last session stream where we get together a couple of people, whoever wants to roll in from the group, and we spend an hour or two just talking about what's happened in the campaign, what happened in the last session, and probably just also talking general shit because it's us and it's bound to go off the rails in some respect.
Well, there's plenty there because we were just in the sewers.
Well, that's just it. So
We're in the poo.
yeah. So
I mean, you guys are.
if you yeah.
Yeah.
Rowan's just lounging on some cushions in her ring. But yeah, so that's something we're looking at doing as well. And yeah, look, you can grill us with questions and lore stuff and all those sorts of shenanigans.
Yeah.
Put me on the spot when you find corners of the world where I've gone, oh my god, I haven't thought about that.
It's just the Minge Marshes. Everywhere that you don't know about is the Minge Marshes.
Waiting for it to
I look small spoiler. Small spoiler.
It'd be terrible if it was a brothel.
The Minge.
Or would it be perfect?
It's the name of a subgroup of the armed forces, the Minge Marchers. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Yeah.
They operate well in the wet and the damp
Yeah, exactly.
areas.
Yeah.
Minge Force. No.
No.
Saz, okay, we need to stop before Saz
We need to
Bird
stop.
starts destroying her channel.
But no, all I was gonna say is that
the Minge Marshal. Yes, sorry.
what was
Thank you, Gav.
fuck.
Oh my god, thank
Just-
you, Gav. Thank
All right, I'm not.
Oh god.
So now we're gonna go and raid.
Their special
They've lost-
forces is who dares minges.
you.
Oh.
No, don't fucking hell. It's a terrible life choice. It's a bad
Oh.
choice to do it.
It burns. Okay.
Oh.
This
Thank
is
God.
Right there.
Are we
Alrighty.
family or are we Australian? I think we know the answer to this.
Oh
dear,
dear,
it's great.
dear, oh dear.
Alright. We're gonna go and raid D20 Deathmatch. Is that the one?
Mm.
Somewhere
so-
new, somewhere fun, somewhere different.
So once again, thank you everyone for hanging out with us. Keep an eye on the Twitters or the threads or wherever you might want to find us in social spaces, and you'll see all the million things we're doing. And hopefully we might see you next week for a new thing. And if not, we'll see you in a fortnight, and we'll see what this bunch of adorable human beings gets up to.
Stop.
Compliments. Ew, gross.
Ew.
Yeah. Ooh,
Yeah.
yuck.
Hey,
Ooh.
Mention all
Sit
the
there and accept
socials.
it, people.
That's right. All the socials.
Yeah, boy,
Very
try
well.
having a whole lot of compliments and having people watch you while you watch them.
Belated happy birthday, Ham.
We love you.
I love you
You're the
guys too. It
best.
was one of
Happy
the
birthday.
I'm not allowed to sing on
It was
stream.
you.
Go.
Yeah.
What was that?